Let's go ahead and get started, please. At this time, I'd like to go ahead and ask everybody to please silence all their phones and their beepers, if they have any. Thank you. Good evening. This board is comprised of seven members. 4 members of the board shall constitute a quorum, and the affirmative vote of 4 members shall be necessary for the adoption of any motion. If only 4 members of the board are present, an applicant may request and be entitled to a continuance to the next regularly scheduled meeting of the board. If a matter is continued due to lack of quorum, the chairperson or secretary of the board may set a special meeting to consider such matter. In the event that 4 votes are not obtained, an applicant, except in the case of a comprehensive plan amendment, may request a continuance or allow the application to proceed to the City Commission without a recommendation. Pursuant to Resolution Number 2021-118, the City of Coral Gables has returned to the traditional in-person meetings. However, the Planning and Zoning Board has established the ability for the public to provide comments virtually. For those members of the public who are appearing on Zoom and wish to testify, you must be visible to the court reporter to be sworn in. Otherwise, if you speak without being sworn in, your comments may not have evidentiary value. Lobbyist registration. Any person who acts as a lobbyist must register with the City of Coral Gables as required pursuant to the City Code. As chair, I now officially call the City of Coral Gables Planning and Zoning Board meeting of September 21, 2023 to order. The time is 6:06. Jill, will you call the roll, please?
Robert Behar.
Here.
Julio Gabriel. Sue Kawalinski.
Here.
Felix Pardo.
Here.
Javier Salman.
Here.
Chip Withers.
Here.
A.B. Eisenstadt.
Here. Notice regarding ex parte communication. Please be advised that this board is a quasi-judicial board, which requires board members to disclose all ex parte communications and site visits. An ex parte communication is defined as any contact, communication, conversation, correspondence, memorandum, or other written or verbal communication that takes place outside a public hearing between a member of the public and a member of a quasi-judicial board regarding matters to be heard by the board. If anyone made any contact with a board member regarding an issue before the board member must state on the record the existence of the ex parte communication and the party who originated the communication. Also, if a board member conducted a site visit specifically related to the case before the board member must also disclose such visit. In either case, the board member must state on the record whether the ex parte communication and/or site visit will affect the board member's ability to impartially consider the evidence presented regarding the matter. The board member should also state that his or her decision will be based on substantial, competent evidence and testimony presented on the record today. Does any member of the board have such a communication and/or site visit to disclose at this time?
No.
Swearing in. Everyone who speaks this evening must complete the roster on the podium with Jill. We ask that you print clearly so the official records of your name and address will be correct. Now, with the exception of attorneys, all persons physically in the City Commission chambers who will speak on agenda items before us this evening, please rise to be sworn in. Thank you. Zoom platform participants. I will ask any person wishing to speak on tonight's agenda item to please open your chat and send a direct message to Jill Menendez, stating you would like to speak before the board and include your full name and the item. Jill will call you when it's your turn. I ask you to be concise for the interest of time. Phone platform participants. After the Zoom platform participants are done, I will ask phone participants to comment on tonight's agenda item. I also ask you to be concise for the interest of time. The first item we have is the approval of the minutes of the July 12, 2023. Has everybody had a chance to review?
I'll make a motion to approve.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a second. Any comment? No. Call the roll, please.
Sue Kawalinski.
Here.
Felix Pardo.
Yes.
Javier Salman.
Yes.
Chip Withers,
Yes.
Robert Behar.
Yes.
A.B. Eisenstadt.
Yes. The procedure that we will use for tonight's agenda items. First, we'll have the identification of the agenda item by Mr. Caller. Then we'll have the presentation by the applicant or the agent. Then we'll have the presentation by staff. I'll go ahead and open it up for public comment, first in chamber, then Zoom participants, then phone line platform. Afterwards, we'll go ahead and close the public comment. The board will have a discussion, and then a motion, and a further discussion, and a second, if required, and the board's final comments, and then a vote. We have we have one new individual and one returning member of the board today. Javier Salman, I'd like to welcome you to the board. If you would please, if you'd like to say a few words.
Thank you very much, Ivy. I was here, and I see that Eric Real is back there paying us a visit. It's fortuitous because he reminded me that we had 58 meetings to redo the code when I was on this board, and it was a lot of fun. And I look forward to serving with you all and helping wherever I can.
Thank you. And also, Chip, a returning member. Chip, any words you'd like to say?
The pay was just too good to turn it down, I guess.
Welcome. Please share the wealth.
I wanna welcome Javier back, and he left out that in those 58 minutes, many of those meetings went to past midnight.
Yes, we were. I think
Okay.
the three of us were there.
Yeah, the three of us.
So welcome back, and Chip, welcome back as well.
Thank you, Ron.
Thank you. Jill, do we know? Did Julio confirm that he was coming in?
Yes, he did.
Okay. What I'd like to do is I'd like to move agenda item E6 up to give a chance for Julio to come, so we'll have a full board. E5 is long, and I think E6 is not that long. So, Mr. Caller, would you go ahead and read E6 into the record, please?
Sure. Item E6, an ordinance of the City Commission providing for text amendments to the City of Coral Gables official zoning code by amending Article 3 uses, Section 3-315, restaurant open-air dining at ground level and other location to provide a minimum clear distance for outdoor seating with any arcade or loggia, providing for a repealer provision, severability clause, codification, and providing for an effective date. Item E6, public hearing.
Thank you.
All right, for the record, Jennifer Garcia, City Planner. I have a couple of slides for this item to kind of illustrate what we're trying to do here. This is sponsored by the Vice Mayor. And the idea is that this would apply citywide to any restaurant that's requesting outdoor seating. Outdoor seating is in the private property, and it's basically open air seating that's in the private property. We're not talking about sidewalk cafes in the public right of way. This would apply citywide. And the proposed text amendment would be to require a 4-foot clear distance within an arcade or a loggia space. So to illustrate that a little bit better, you can see the public sidewalk on the left side of the image of the two people, a child and a parent probably walking on the sidewalk. And that 4-foot clear would apply on the private property in between the column of an arcade or loggia and the actual outdoor seating as part of a restaurant within the arcade and loggia. And then through plan view, you can see it looking down. The sidewalk and the sidewalk and public right-of-way is on the left side of the image. You can see the columns, little dots representing the columns, and this 4-foot clearance would be in between the columns of the arcade or loggia and the outdoor seating. That's as simple as that.
Thank you. What I'd like to do is open it up first for public comment. If there's anybody here for this item, I'd like to go ahead and, Jill, do we have anybody for this item?
No, we do not.
Okay, either in Zoom or in platform?
No.
Okay, I'll go ahead and close the public comment. Let's have board discussion. I'd like to welcome Julio and just...
Thank you. Sorry, I late. Apologize.
Thank you. Please note that he has arrived.
Yes.
Julio, we're doing E6.
This is a legislative item, so we can fully participate.
Correct, okay. Chip, any comments?
I just have a question about what the definition of outside dining. Is it 4 walls, 6 walls, 8 walls? Is it like a paseo which only has the roof open, or
It
has
could be
either end
covered
open?
or the building could be set back. I'm trying to give an example of that's private property. The German restaurant that's on that little plaza where 55 Merrick Way and Aragon, that little corner, that little triangle corner is a private property. So that's considered outdoor seating, so it's in the private property. Even though it looks like it's, in the sidewalk and it's open air, but it's in a private property. So that would be outdoor seating, right? The sidewalk is actually public sidewalk cafes, so that would be in the public right of way. This only applies to an arcade, so it'd be covered, right? And you're providing a clearance.
So,
Did I answer the
so if
question?
it's a paseo between two buildings, the top is covered.
This is
the
not for
sides are covered.
sale. It'd be applying to arcades and loges that are adjacent to a sidewalk.
Okay, adjacent to a sidewalk.
Let's, Chip, did she answer?
Yeah, kinda.
When you say kind of?
Well, I mean, what if one end of the arcade is adjacent to a sidewalk?
If one end of the arcade is adjacent to a sidewalk,
If one end of the paseo is adjacent to a sidewalk?
this wouldn't apply. I think, can you illustrate an example of where you're
Like the
thinking of this?
paseo on US 1, across from the University of Miami, that's a long open, and they have indoor dining in there.
Right.
Is that going to be permitted?
Yes. All this is doing is it's giving a distance, a clearance distance for pedestrians to be able to maneuver in between a sidewalk. If it's raining, they can go into an arcade to be out from the rain or the sun. That's all it's doing.
Is there a rule that it has to be adjacent to the business, or can it be anywhere in the air, in the open?
The way it's drafted right now is it's adjacent to the sidewalk for the sole purpose of being able to get out of the sun or out of the rain.
I understand that, but let's say that there's a restaurant, and behind it is a paseo. There's no, it's not like adjacent to a sidewalk, it's just a long, are you familiar with the building on US 1, the
So
paseo?
that would be private property. I'm assuming the ADA regulations would apply from the Florida Building Code to make sure there is a clearance there. The thing is that the reason we're doing this is because code enforcement can't really enforce ADA per se. They can enforce the zoning code. So if we have the 4-foot distance in here next to an arcade that's adjacent to a sidewalk, usually arcades and loges are adjacent to the sidewalk. But the paseo would always have some kind of 4 or 5 foot clearance along it because they need to have some kind of ADA access.
So you're
you.
doing this basically so you can enforce that 4 foot? That's the purpose?
Yeah. Yeah, because if you read above it, there's language that kind of talks about how you want to not restrict pedestrian circulation, but there's no set distance. So code enforcement can't really enforce it.
Understood.
And it helps as far as the zoning reviewers be able to have an actual set distance as well.
Chip?
I'm good, thanks.
Thanks. Sue?
Hi, Jennifer.
Hi.
And just to be clear, a restaurant cannot put tables on public right-of-way, correct, on a sidewalk?
Yes, they can. They can apply for a sidewalk cafe
Okay.
permit.
All right, so why aren't,
That's basically 5 feet from the edge of the building, or usually the private property line, to where they're having outdoor seating. So it's not against the storefront, but it's actually on the other side, so you can still have pedestrian movement along the building side.
I guess, why are we dealing with private property versus public property?
Public property, we already have a set distance, and we can enforce that very easily. It's 5 feet, or it's 10 feet on Miracle Mile and Hidalgo.
Okay,
But we don't have that set distance in the private property.
all right, and how is this going to be enforced?
Same thing we would enforce any other regulation in the zoning code.
Okay.
Code enforcement would have that. It's more useful for zoning reviewers to have this distance. That's going to be the first check. And when they have that distance set in their permit plans, it's approved by the city, and they put their chairs out there, then code enforcement can go in with actual approved plans and say, you need to have 4 feet clear here. They
Okay,
can move it.
and just one question. We're talking about 4 feet under a loggia, for example, right? A bicycle requires 4 feet, okay? How are you going to handle bicycles in addition to pedestrians? Miracle Mile, you can't have a bicycle on a
Right.
sidewalk,
Yeah.
but certainly anywhere else in the city, you can have a bicycle on a sidewalk, right?
Yes, but it's probably not safe to be on a bicycle actually riding it within an arcade, because you have people that are sitting, and you have columns, people can maneuver in and out of the columns. So if there's a bicycle, they'd probably be going very, very slow, just be cautious of the pedestrian movement.
And that's why I bring up public versus private, because here's a sidewalk where a bicycle should be able to navigate.
Right.
And yet there are cafe tables on the public right-of-way.
But there'll always be a 5 or 10 foot clearance on the sidewalk.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Felix?
So, can you hear me all right with my mask on?
Yes.
Okay. So, one of the questions I have is, as Chip mentioned, on the graphic, it's showing basically an arcade, which is parallel to a sidewalk. So it looks bigger, et cetera. But the paseos, which are a minimum of 10 feet per code, now all of a sudden, when you put two tables and you have this 4 foot, doesn't allow much leeway there. And the other thing is that in your identification of the restaurant in the open air, it says at ground level, and then it says, and other locations. So are we talking about putting these restaurants on roofs? Are we talking about putting them on rooftops of mezzanines? You know, where are these restaurants going? And then the other thing is that under policy MOB 2.3.5, it calls out there, and you called out in your staff recommendation, bicycle movement. So you just contradicted yourself with your own staff report. So my question is, I think it's really a bad idea to have bicycles going through these very narrow, restricted areas where people are dining and they could be hit by someone on a bicycle. It should be prohibited, the same as all the signs that show on Miracle Mile that they try to prohibit bicycles, although it's normally, nowadays it's normally ignored. You know, you hit someone, an elderly person, they fall down, they really will get hurt. And now you have people that are sitting at tables, normally, service at the table. So you have people with plates and all these things. It really doesn't make a lot of sense. I understand that you're trying to show the 4 foot. I think that the enclosed arcades and paseos should have a different requirement, such as 50% of the width of those 10 feet. So the dining would only, the tables would only be on one side or the other. Something that makes it a lot safer. I don't think that's been thought out very well, and that's just my opinion. So I think that when you look at the graphics, I think it would be best to show other possibilities of graphics and also to take a look clearly at the paseos that have been promoted, you know, as this way of getting from one end to the other through the larger building footprint. And that's been ignored, and I think it should be addressed in any type of legislation so you don't have to go back and redo it again. Those are all my comments, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Julio, any no comment? Javier?
No comment.
Robert?
Can you put up the graphics again a second, please? And the way the code currently reads is in a arcade or loggia, which is private property. Am I not allowed to have seating within that area, within the private property?
You can. Yeah, you can request it.
So why then you requiring a 4-foot pedestrian clearance inside the private property when the sidewalk is there to provide the clearance for the pedestrian? What I think by doing this, you're limiting the possibility, because I think Felix is right. You only require typically 10 feet of depth on the arcade. Why are we putting a requirement, a restriction to put outdoor seating within my 10 feet? Because at the end of the day, those 10 feet belong to that property.
Because a lot of these arcades are calculated towards an open space that's supposed to be for the public. And when they get full of tables and chairs, it's no longer for the public, it's for the restaurant. So this is trying to encourage walkability and people walking, maybe or biking, depending on their comfort level. And the way that it's written right now is that it is encouraging movement of pedestrians inside these arcades, but there's no set distance. This is saying a set distance. That's all.
So what you want to do is if you're going to take 75% of that arcade for open space, you got to provide minimum of 4-foot clearance for pedestrian circulation in the arcade.
Right.
If I can make Chair, if I can make just one more comment. I can tell you this is really dangerous, okay? a cyclist, a scooter, does not have enough clearance, and you're talking about bidirectional traffic on a sidewalk that now has tables on one side, and we have this loggia, which looks like it's off limits for a cyclist, especially if there's any kind of lip, any kind of step up to it. I mean, that's impossible for anybody but a pedestrian to access. No wheelchairs, no bicycles, nothing on wheels, okay? Because there's usually a step up, right? So I consider this a very dangerous proposal. And I can tell you that as a cyclist, a pedestrian, I would rather have those tables off the sidewalk, off the public right-of-way, and allow them to then use that open space under the loggia for tables rather than splitting the baby. But to navigate in between the two with a lip, with a step up, is, from a cyclist standpoint, dangerous, especially in a bidirectional manner.
But so this doesn't happen.
For a long amount of time, this distance.
This is in very limited area. You're going to have the outdoor seating really does in the public space doesn't happen very often. There's not any situation where you will have that. This is, I guess, one of the examples like in Miracle Mile. There's not too many other possibilities that this occurred. And a cyclist inside an arcade or loggia, that's irresponsible of the cyclist. This is not something that we're going to impose on the owner. You as a cyclist, you don't have no reason to be inside the arcade.
I would never use that.
Right?
For the
so
reasons
I don't
mentioned.
think the cyclist, and yes, you may have a step up, but I assure you that any arcade that is for pedestrian uses will have accessibility to the ADA. So that doesn't, and the three of us here will confirm that. But I think that I understand why the 4 feet, because you want to, if you're going to use it for outdoor seating and you're taking advantage of the open space, but I don't know we really need to do that when you have a sidewalk in front. I think that and obviously outdoor seating is not everywhere, but you want to promote outdoor seating. If you have a restaurant, you want to promote to have outdoor seating in a covered environment that otherwise it would not be usable. So I don't know if it's really a need to impose a 4-foot requirements in any arcade. I like the idea to promote more outdoor seating because that's the way you really activate a restaurant in any space. I see what the intent is, but if you have a sidewalk, do you really need to even require a 4-foot restriction?
Okay, again, number 6 in your staff report, the existing language in the code reads, open-air dining located under a building's arcade or loggia adjacent to a public sidewalk shall not have perimeter structures such as fences, railings, planters, or other such barriers, including furniture, surrounding the open-air dining area, which would restrict pedestrian circulation or discourage the free use of the building's arcade or loggia by the general public. The intent is to use the arcade and the loggia for the general public, to be able to get out of the rain, to be able to get out of the sun, to get some cool air. That's the intent. All it is doing is having a set distance for reviewers and for code enforcement.
No, I understand, and it is. But if you have a 10-foot arcade and you're going to put a 4-foot restricted area, then I only have room to put maybe, one table. Because
Only have 6 feet to work with.
so you don't have, am I promoting to have outdoor seating? Or am I going to restrict to have what the restaurants are going to try to do is have more outdoor area to have their patrons? I'm not sure that I would like to see a restriction on something like when I'm adjacent to a public sidewalk.
Jill?
I would rather, very truthfully, have all the tables under the loggia and just free up the sidewalk.
Let me ask you a question. Jennifer, are you suggesting that the tables be put either on the left side or the right side? Or do you have a restriction where the tables need to go next to the sidewalk or the
They
tables
should
need to
probably
go
be
next
next to the storefront, so you can be able to, as a pedestrian, be able to get under the arcade if you
I
need
don't
to.
see that here.
It's clear here
Traffic.
under number 6. It says that there shall be maintained a minimum of 4-foot clear distance within any arcade or loggia adjacent to the public sidewalk.
Right.
Okay, so
Therefore,
that's-
it, by definition, leaves the balance
Okay.
in front of the storefront.
Right.
So that is clear.
Okay.
And if I may, to esteem Mr. Behar's point, I understand what you're trying to say, that it's a private property restriction that's being imposed, but at the same time, it's also a piece of private property which is being, which the owner is receiving an advantage of green area and open area that is part of the public right-of-way. And therefore, I see no problem with it.
You know, Javier, I agree, but I'm gonna use the case of my arcade in front of my office. You know what got us there? It's just trash, because it's not utilized. You know, if you're gonna promote outdoor seating, I think that would be the most logical place to put it. And you wanna provide the maximum flexibility for that restaurant or whoever is gonna occupy that. You know, yes, you're getting a benefit, but by the same token, you are getting a benefit for having outdoor seating to promote that activity. You know, it's not only, I look at it that it's more than one way, not just for, you know, the developer who did it, but the user, the end user is able to take benefit of that. At the same time, we're gonna, you know, it's gonna benefit the city, I think, in my opinion.
Are there any fees that are collected by the city when somebody does an outdoor?
Outdoor seating, there's the initial fee for the review, but there's no annual fee like there are for the sidewalk cafes, which are on the right of way.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
Based on the conversation from the board members, I'd like to make a motion to table it, no pun intended, and simply so staff can regroup and at least get the comments that this board has made to relook at this and maybe come back to the planning board at another time.
But, well, before we continue, is there a second on that motion?
I'll second it.
We have a second. Now, for discussion, what specifically did you gather that you want her to come back with? If
Well,
may
I think
if I may
that
ask.
the points that Chip made as far as the width, you know, the paseos and the 10 feet, because they've been built at 10 feet.
Right.
And, you know, that's an issue. Maybe there shouldn't be any tables within those paseos. It depends. And maybe there should be something that it becomes more of a guideline that staff should have if someone wants to put in tables in a paseo, that it won't obstruct and it won't take away what the original intent was. And then the second thing is that based on what Robert said, specifically is that, you know, you have these areas that were designed specifically to keep people out of weather. And also you go up throughout areas anywhere, including Miami, and you'll see that these covered areas have tables throughout, and they don't have the restriction of the 4 feet inside. So that, I don't think that's been studied well. And then the third thing was the point about identifying, you know, where these other locations are. That should be more specific. So I think that there's more than enough material there for input, rather, for staff to go back and look at these things and come back with something that's a little more encompassing. And I know that what they're trying to do is use a tool to make it accessible, you know, so people aren't blocking with tables, but there are other things that haven't been addressed in the way that this has been prepared.
I agree with the fact of identifying locations or possibly samples. And I also understand that it's specifically the 4 feet to enforce the ADA compliance, which code enforcement has no teeth or no tool to do that. But at the same time, I'm of the strong belief that paseos should encourage outdoor dining. For me, in restaurants, and if there's a restaurant and the whole idea is you can get people to be outside, if it's a nice day and have their dining, I would like that. How do you work about it with bicycle traffic or other traffic? I don't know. Maybe that's something that has to be studied. But at the same time, I also listened to what Robert said, that when you have a paseo that's just empty, it does nothing more than, it has no public benefit to me or any other benefit than to gather trash in it.
Can I, Mr. Chair, can I, to Javier's point that the benefit, maybe perhaps if you are going to use the arcade or the loggia for dining, not a paseo. Paseo is totally different. Paseo is the connectivity between the two blocks. This is not a paseo. This is, if you're going to use the loggia, maybe you should pay a fee. Maybe it's a yearly fee that, for usage of that, you got to pay like you do in the outdoor seating area, in the right of way. Right, because in the sidewalk, when you use it, you got to pay a fee. Am I not correct with that?
Correct, because that's in the right of way. That's owned
But
by the
maybe if
city.
you're going to use that loggia for outdoor seating, maybe you have to pay a fee for that.
Don't restaurants then go ahead and pay fees per seat or per person or so forth when they do a restaurant? Jennifer?
I'm sorry.
Within the code, when a restaurant is built, do they pay a fee per seat or per table or anything like that to the city? Is there a yearly fee?
In the on
In a
private
rest-
property,
In a restaurant, inside
a
a restaurant?
restaurant? No.
There's no fee, okay.
It's just a review fee.
What's that?
It's a review fee.
Yes.
The only fee involved is a review
Right, but
fee.
there's no
It's not
recurring fee.
rent being charged to the city.
Right.
Okay, it's fine. Yes,
I just want to advise the board that the issue with regard to the bicycles and whether they should be permitted there or not is beyond the scope of this item. So this item can address the bicycle issue. The other questions, the staff can take a look at, but I want to make, and also a fee which for having tables in the on the private property is again something that could be considered by the board, but this item this would be beyond the scope of this item as well.
but the board could make a recommendation.
The board can make a recommendation that you're addressing this item, that they should consider charging a fee for that
Understood.
right.
We have a motion and we have a second.
Is there the deferral, is it to a time certain? Is it to the next meeting, or is it to
I
a
said,
date?
I'm sorry, Mr. Attorney, I said when staff is ready.
Okay, so it's to a date uncertain.
And we have a second. Any other discussion before we call the roll?
I have one question. When you're saying bicycling has nothing to do with this, bicycles are permitted on sidewalks. Why are we excluding them from this discussion? You're including pedestrians.
I didn't say that bicycles doesn't have anything to do with this. What I said was the title of this item doesn't address bicycles. It would be beyond the scope of this item. Now, you can, in your recommendation on this, recommend to the city commission that they should restrict the use of bicycles in these areas. And you can make that as part of your recommendation, but it can't be part of this ordinance.
Okay, thank
Mr.
you.
Attorney, I just want to clarify, when I quoted the policy that staff quoted is out of their policy. In other words, they quoted in there bicycle movement, but this board has brought up issues specifically where their legislation, where safety and bicycles and dining areas should be reviewed by them.
And so if the title were to add, for example, in E6, providing in addition restrictions of bicycles, you could address that in this item. Since this is being suggested, as I understand, by the vice chair, if you want to have bicycles addressed, then I would suggest when this comes back up and you say yay or nay to the item, you can include a suggestion that the item should be expanded to include restrictions on bicycles. So that's the way to handle it.
And by the way, I'm not advocating for restricting bicycles.
No, but I'm saying
advocating
if
for
that
this to
were
be
the
part of the
desire.
discussion.
Yeah.
And Mr. Chair, may I, because my comment about imposing a fee may not be legal on private property.
Well,
So
I
I'm gonna
was thinking
retract-
about
I'm gonna
that.
retract that comment. You know, that may be an illegal,
Okay.
position.
As an owner of a private.
you know, I understand taking that portion that is taken for public benefit, but, you know, just rewind that.
Yes, Chip.
I see the intent of this now after listening to all this, and I see where you're where you're going. You're looking probably for some way to kind of regulate the private space, not the public space. Does this include, other than restaurants, does it include wine bars and retail outlets, or is it strictly for dining?
For dining only. Yes, so if their retailers shouldn't have outdoor seating outside. Outdoor seating is only accessory use for a restaurant.
I think what Chip is saying, let's say you have a bar that has outdoor tables.
We don't have any bars in Coral Gables, they're restaurants with bars.
Okay.
That's my question. So it doesn't apply to anything other than a
Restaurants.
restaurant? Could it, like a,
The restaurant could have a bar, but
I understand.
this would apply to them, yes.
But it could be a sandwich shop, or it could be a full
Correct.
three-meal restaurant.
Yes.
And the measurement, is that from the back of the chair where the person's sitting, or is that the width of the table?
That's the clearance, the realistic clearance. I think what they would do is they would lay out the 6 feet to have the chairs facing each other perpendicular to the clearance. And they probably wouldn't have a chair where the clearance area is. I mean, obviously,
So if you didn't have
I'm
a
not going to review all
chair-
of them, but that's what I think they would lay it out as.
So if you didn't have a chair that backed up to I guess on either side of the table, but on the back of the table adjacent on the
Yeah,
back
I would think the reviewers would catch that and would ask to remove that chair to have the seating be, perpendicular to.
So in response to Mr. Pardo's question, if it was rooftop dining, how do you enforce that? How do you
Well,
police
yeah,
that?
I wanted to clarify that. The reason it has, where'd it go? Other location is because this also applies, not this specific arcade and loja sentence, but the whole regulations apply to rooftop dining as well. That's why that subsection includes other locations, because it also includes regulations that are applying to the rooftop dining.
Okay, I'm sorry, run that by me again.
So section 3-315, restaurant, open air dining at ground level and other location.
Right.
Other location is any elevated location. Could be rooftop, it could be at the step back or whatnot. What we're talking about today for this extra sentence that we're adding to the zoning code is not obviously for anything that's elevated. It's
Gotcha,
just
okay.
for the arcade.
Okay.
The question was, why does it have or other location? Because these apply for other locations on private property.
So the bigger question to me is these arcades or whatever were primarily architectural features. A lot of it was, I guess, spawned by Mediterranean bonus and things like that.
Right.
Was it ever really intended to be a operational arcade to have tables, or was it more of a pedestrian arcade? I mean, originally, what was the original thought behind that? Because I always thought it was just
You can count
pedestrian.
75% of it towards your open space, and open space is meant to, in mixed-use buildings, to be accessible to the public.
So it kind of morphed into outdoor dining.
If there's a restaurant there. I mean, there's not
I understand.
restaurants under every single arcade.
And so my question is that I'm assuming that outdoor dining has to be within the boundaries of the restaurant itself. It can't
Yes.
spread out. Okay.
Correct. And it can actually only, I think it's 30% maximum of the total area of the restaurant.
So that doesn't
They
include.
can't have one table inside and 50 tables outside.
I got it. And that doesn't include serving stations and valet stands and, it's, just a.
That would not be in the clearance, the 4 feet clearance, but sometimes they do have a little service station.
Do I really want a serving station with 30 dishes piled up on the sidewalk?
No, and there's regulations that they have to keep that.
So what is it?
Clean.
It's tables and chairs only? That's my question.
Yes.
All right. We have a motion. We have a second. Jill, will you call a roll, please?
Felix Pardo,
Yes.
Javier Salman,
No.
Chip Withers,
Yes.
Robert Behar,
I think I'm gonna go with Xavier, no.
Julio Gabriel,
No.
Sue Karolinsky,
Yes.
A.B. Eisenstadt.
No.
I will make a motion then to go ahead and approve as submitted by staff.
I have a question.
We have a motion. Is there a second? And then we can have a discussion. I'll second. Julio, we have a second. Javier, continue, please.
How do we get to the 4 feet? Is it because 42 inches is the requirement, and so 48 is close enough? Or
Yep, yeah.
I'm just thinking that 48 might be a little tight if you have two-way people walking, or two people walking side by side together. I understand what you're trying to do is give some limited covered walking area, but I would suggest maybe we do more.
Are you going towards the ADA? Your idea is to do ADA, and ADA calls for 4 feet. Or
I
am
think it's
wrong?
actually 42 inches.
44.
44 inches
40
for
foot.
non-architectural.
So we are more than the ADA at this point.
And you have a sidewalk.
And you do have the adjacent sidewalk.
You have,
Yes.
I'm
you
just thinking
know,
it's raining, and I'm with my wife, and I want to walk down out of the rain.
On your scooter.
oh, you're going to be tight and 4 feet is going to
I'm
be enough.
balancing a ball on my nose. Right.
I mean, I don't know if we should restrict more than the 6 feet, because if you have a 4 tops, you know, it's going to take probably 6 feet.
And you can't sit on the end.
Right.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
the reason I suggested, made the motion to table it is because the discussion keeps going, because it
Understand.
has to be better thought out. I
Well,
think.
but by the same token, we do have a motion in a second. So let's go ahead and have the discussion based on the motion, and we'll just go ahead and call a roll. Is there any other further discussion? No. Call the roll, please.
I'm sorry, what's the motion again? I'm
Yes.
sorry. To approve it as is without any amendments to it, is that right?
With as presented to us, yes.
Okay.
Call the roll, please.
Javier Salman,
Yes.
Chip Withers,
Yes.
Robert Behar,
Yes.
Julio Gabriel,
Yes.
Sue Karlinski,
Yes.
Felix Pardo. No. A.B. Eisenstadt.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's go ahead and go back to E1.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir.
I have a financial conflict with the developer that's coming up, so I would like to recuse myself for this item. Please make it short, so I'm gonna be waiting outside, you know? Okay, so
Thank
I'll
you.
be back for.
Are you going to be outside in the rain?
No, because
gonna
I
hide in
have a
the
loja.
Understood. Thank you.
Grab me a cup of coffee while you're on, all right?
Mr. Chairman, there are actually 4 items that are related.
Before we do that, let the record show that Robert Behar went ahead and excused himself for the following E1, E2, E3, and E4.
Okay.
Go ahead, please.
Item E1, an ordinance of the City Commission of Coral Gables, Florida, amending future land use map of the City of Coral Gables Comprehensive Plan pursuant to Zoning Code Article 14 Process, Section 14-213, Comprehensive Plan text and map amendments and small-scale amendment procedures from commercial mid-rise intensity to mixed use for all of Block 15 Coral Gables Section L. 20 and 42 Navarre Avenue, 33, 43, and 47 Alhambra Circle, and 2001 Galliano Street, Coral Gables, Florida, providing for repeal of provision, severability clause, and providing for an effective date. Item E2, an ordinance of the City Commission of Coral Gables, Florida, making zoning district boundary changes pursuant to Zoning Code Article 14 Process, Section 14-212, Zoning Code text and map amendments from mixed use 2 MX2 district to mixed use 2.5 MX 2.5 district for all of Block 15 Coral Gables, Section L, 20 and 42 Navarre Avenue, 33, 43, and 47 Alhambra Circle, and 2001 Galliano Street, providing for repeal of provision, severability clause, and providing for an effective date. Item E3, an ordinance of the City Commission of Coral Gables, Florida, granting approval of a planned area development pursuant to Zoning Code Article 14 Process, Section 14-206, General Procedures for Planned Area Development for a proposed mixed-use project referred to as 33 Alhambra on the property legally described as all of Block 15, Coral Gables, Section L, 20 and 42 Navarre Avenue, 33, 43, and 47 Alhambra Circle, and 2001 Galliano Street, Coral Gables, Florida, including required conditions, providing for a repeal of provision, severability clause, and providing for an effective date. Item E4, a resolution of the City Commission of Coral Gables, Florida, approving mixed-use site plan and conditional use review pursuant to zoning code Article 14 process, Section 14-203, conditional uses for a proposed mixed-use project referred to as 33 Alhambra on property legally described as all of Block 15, Coral Gables, Section L. Not going to repeat those addresses. Coral Gables, Florida, including required conditions, providing for repealer provision, severability clause, and providing for an effective date. Item E1, E2, E3, and E4, public hearing.
Thank you. Mr. Sierra?
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Mario Garcia Serra with offices at 600 Brickell Avenue. Here this evening representing 33 Alhambra Propco LLC, the owner of the city block identified by the address of 33 Alhambra, and which is bounded by, you can put up the aerial photo if you can, please, Alhambra Circle, Galliano Street, Navarre Avenue, and Menorca Avenue. There you have the aerial photo showing the block in question. The site is about 1.12 acres in size and is within the city's central business district. I'm accompanied today by my client, Alirio Torrealba of MG Developer, our project architects, Glenn Pratt and David Fuentes, along with the rest of the team from MG Developer and our project traffic consultant, John McWilliams. MG Developer is a developer that has done well in the city of Coral Gables because it has embraced and really come to understand the great history and tradition of Coral Gables urban planning and architecture. The projects which it has built or is in the process of building in the city have literally been award-winning and represent the best of recent construction in the city. You can show some examples there, David, of the various projects they've had. Biltmore Park being one of the first ones, and then Althea Row, Beatrice Row, and also the Village of Coral Gables, which has just broken ground. If you could go back now to the aerial photo. Each project has been consistent with its context and has given back something to the public realm. In some cases, it has been public art, and others improved streetscapes or cross-block paseos. MG has always been concerned about the preservation of tree canopy also, which is relevant to this project, and we will discuss further later. In short, MG has done well by doing right by the city of Coral Gables. They are attempting to implement that same formula of success here on this property. It is not an easy task, but my client is up to it, and it has learned from the mistakes of the past. The previously approved project on this same site, which many of you will remember, because it's been about a 4-year process in the approval process, maxed out at its density and was at over 140 units. MG does not want to do that. This project will be characterized by large units of a luxury quality. The proposed unit count here is 66 units, which is less than half of the density permitted today. How often have you seen a developer come here with a project that has less than half of the density that is otherwise permitted? Yes, we are requesting a change of zoning for more height, but that height is being utilized for greater floor-to-ceiling height and a level of amenities so as to improve the quality of the project. In exchange, this project is doing a lot at the ground level for the public. Maybe go to the ground level plan here. There's going to be an over 6,000 square foot public park. It's being provided in the northwest corner of the site. The historic building at 42 Navarre, which historically has not had any public access, is now being adaptively reused as an event space where the public will be able to have access. And streetscape and pedestrian and bicycle lane improvements along Alhambra Circle are also considerable, and we can go into detail on that later. Please keep in mind that this is the central business district. That is where we are located and where this property is, where heights exist today and where height is supposed to go. The important thing here is that increased height will be happening in exchange for a public benefit and a better project and a comparatively low-density project when you consider the project's existing zoning. With that said, Glenn, if you could walk through the plan.
All right. Glenn Pratt, Bell and Pratt Fuentes Architects, 301 Almeria, and Suite 210. As Mario mentioned, we've been involved with this project for several years. The first client was the Florida East Coast Realty, and as Mario mentioned, the original unit count was 146. It was intended to be a rental unit, and the units were all very small. They were single studios, single bedroom and two bedroom. The intent of this is to go with a more high-end product. We did in the projects for MG Developer, we did Biltmore Park, and the client came to us and asked us if we could kind of reimagine this building in a more Biltmore Park type setting or layout with a more luxury and higher end kind of feel to it. Part of that requirement was before, with the previous project, we were able to put the 3.5 FAR that the previous project also received Mediterranean bonus and had a 3.5 FAR. But with that, at 97 feet, what happens is that a rental unit, you can compress the floors, and because people in a 600 or 700 square foot unit really don't expect to have higher ceilings. An 8-foot ceiling is an appropriate ceiling in a 600 square foot unit. When you get into a 2,000 or 3,000, in some instances that we have the higher end on the penthouse, much larger units, the expectation is to have 9-foot ceilings or even 10-foot ceilings. It just is more appropriate for the space. What this also does is it also creates a much nicer architecture because the whole feeling of the building isn't compressed and squeezed down. So when we looked at the building, one of the things that we tried to create was something that was, a very the feeling of a higher end, high quality type building. The client gave us license to use high quality materials, a much nicer finishing, and to open up the ground level, which is what you're looking at, so that we were able to implement paseos that line and connect all of the streets so that a pedestrian can easily go anywhere through the building to get to in a covered manner. I was interested in the previous discussion with the arcades, and you're correct in that the arcade is one of the things that it's a double-edged sword. Retail people like to have the glass frontage pushed all the way to the face of the building, but the thing that, from being a South Florida resident pretty much all my life, I've always found is that it's nice to have a covered arcade that you can go from place to place, whether you're in the blazing sun or in the rain, as we all came in through the building today to have to get here. Arcades are really, in my mind, really wonderful things. They provide a sheltered environment for people to move around on the public on the public space. So we've created a lot of public amenities in the building with the creation of the park that is going to be on 6,000, a little over 6,000 square foot park. That would be for the parents. One of the things that in the studying of the site, we're right across the street from the elementary school, and so that one of the things that we found is that parents really like to, when they're waiting to pick up their child, this would be a great place for them to be able. We've to wait, we've introduced park benches and carved out bench sections along the park edge to allow them to wait for their child. Or it also works with, people that not only residents of the building, but neighbors that they can, as they're walking their dogs or having an evening stroll with their wife, it's a place for them to sit and chat and just enjoy the green canopy. One of the things that we're also doing in the park is that along with the historic preservation, or preserving the historic building, there are 3 very large oak trees that we're relocating into the park from behind the historic building, and so that there'll be an instant canopy, and we're very happy that the park will be a very green and very shaded spot for people to use. Just as a kind of a sidelight also, one of the things that I don't know if you're familiar with Biltmore Park, one of the things that we were able to preserve and relocate on that project was a very giant ficus tree, a strangler fig, that was a beautiful specimen tree that the MG allowed us to relocate. And it really anchors the corner of the building, and we were very, very adamant about trying to keep the green canopy of Coral Gables, and it's just something that we feel very strongly about. We've introduced along the ground plane also, the street trees are all oaks that we're promoting. We have additional beyond where the green space and the open space, we're substantially above the requirement. And as you can see, we've done a diagram, and I'll let actually David kind of tell you about the numbers.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is David Fuentes from Belin Pratt and Fuentes Architects, the same address, 301 Almeria Avenue. This plan represents the amount of open space to the public, which Mario said before. We have paseos that run from Galeano to Alhambra and Minorca to Navarre, which is going to enhance and make a lot of public activity on the ground floor, plus the corner park, which we concentrate as much green as possible on that corner to create a lush, green, really nice environment. So all of that becomes a little bit over the 35% of the site to be open to public.
20% is what's required, and so we're 15% over what the open green space is.
Okay. I'm gonna go through all the levels of the building, so you have a much understanding of the project. This is the second level where we have offices through facing Alhambra as a buffer to the parking garage, and also offices to buffering from the park as well. So we're very concerned about keeping the cars concealed in the parking areas. The third and fourth floor are full parking areas, parking garage. This is third and fourth. Then the fifth level of the building is where we have the amenities. By pushing the high mass or high intensity mass to Alhambra allow us to free basically the west and north side of the building. So we have 2 open areas that are part of are for the residents, but also allow us to, like I said before, to bring the daylight and sun to the west and north part of the building. And Alhambra is more like a commercial entrance to the CBD anyway. So we felt that approach goes and enhance with is compatible with the city intention. The typical level is 8 units. I'm sorry, 12 units, 11 units. I'm sorry, I'm counting here on the plan. And then the penthouse are 6 units, which are more large units, and then we have another green area on the roof that are amenities for the building, but we also entertain landscape on those areas. We'll combine. Let me say something before that. This is the portion of the roof which is not a full level. I'm gonna zoom. Oh, sorry. It's about, maybe zoom there. It's about 25% of the roof level. The yellow area represents 21.8% of the overall roof. So it's a small, which is the last floor, is a small compared to the levels below.
That amenity level also has 2 open pickleball courts, which will be utilized. One of the things we've also done is we've recessed around the roof areas for all of the mechanical equipment will be in these recesses, and so they're not visible from either the street or from even adjacent properties or even from the pickleball courts. That upper amenity level will have all of the mechanical equipment concealed, and so that there's none visible. Actually, Mario was saying that maybe we skipped the video, and
this is.
In the interest of time, I apologize for taking so much time showing you the project.
This is a close-up of the park where we're going to have a protected, enclosed, open park with gates, and it's open to public. And also we are very concerned about the security and kids playing. So some of the parks that we see in Coral Gables are success because of the enclosure and basically the low aluminum gate that protects the people. So we are keeping and using the same language that has in other places.
We're also providing a dog park that is a part of the green space around on the south side of the historic building. So we're buffering the historic building with trees and landscaping and open space to provide a more open feel to it.
Here we have some views of the park at the northwest corner. This is an aerial view. We wanted to show the size of the existing trees, which is what we show there. There are large trees, and once, like Glenn said before, once they are relocated, the park will be already have mature landscape. This is the view from Navarre side, where we have access to the existing historic building that is open to public, access to the park, and access to the building, and it creates a really nice environment for the public. This is a representation of the view inside the park. That's another view. This is walking by Galliano sidewalk, so we can have the feeling of the low aluminum gate and the space of the park behind that. This is another view of the park.
One of the things that we were requesting, or a study, I guess, actually, that we did is that we were looking at, if we were to try and go back to what the 97 feet that were, what that results in, as I said in the beginning, is it it's like a balloon. When you push down from the top, it expands out on the sides. And so the thing that by allowing us the little bit of extra height, it allows for to pull back on the sides and to create a much nicer massing and a much nicer architecture that creates these more open spaces and fits, I think, much nicer into the urban context. And that's just, these are just some illustrations on what the pushing it down to the 97 would result in. So that's basically the end of the presentation.
Well, thank you, Glenn and David. Greatly appreciate it. Staff is recommending approval of this project with conditions. We are in agreement in concept with the recommended conditions of approval. We do think that two concepts need to be incorporated into the conditions, which is phased permitting, because there's probably most projects now are permitted by phase, meaning foundation first and then vertical construction, and referring to particular city code provisions where appropriate. I discussed these comments with Jennifer, and she agreed on their appropriateness. We can potentially incorporate them in. We ask you to follow your staff's recommendation and vote to recommend approval. We will reserve time for rebuttal if necessary and are available for questions.
Thank you. Jennifer?
Jennifer Garcia, City Planner. Thank you. So as you know, the location is on Navarre, Alhambra, Minorca, and Galeano, and it's encompasses the entire block. And here's an aerial of showing the context of that. It's on the very edge of the CBD, in between the CBD and abutting the North Ponce area. This is a street view of the site. It currently has a few small-scale apartment buildings. So they have 4 requests. They're requesting a comp plan change to the map, to the future land use map, zoning map amendment, a planned area development, or a PAD, and a mixed-use site plan. So the comprehensive map amendment is to change the current land use designation of commercial mid-rise intensity to mixed-use land use, and that basically locks in the requirement of them to have to do mixed use. Commercial mid-rise intensity doesn't have the requirement to do mixed use, but the mixed use land use would. The zoning map amendment would be changing the zoning from MX2 to MX2.5. Now they're going forward at their own risk. As you know, the MX 2.5 is not a designation in our zoning code right now. It's proposed and it's going through the amendment process to be approved with the commission. But they're aware of that that's not a designation right now. If that was not approved, they'd have to go back to this planning and zoning board to request something different that it actually exists. The third request is the planned area development, the PAD. So their public benefits are crosswalks, mid-block paseos, shade trees and bike path on Alhambra, the dog park, as well as adaptive reuse of the historic building, and of course the large park on Galeano and Navarre. The mixed-use site plan is a requirement because of the size of the property. It consists again of the park, the pedestrian paseo you can see in purple that connects Galeano and Alhambra, as well as Navarre and Minorca. There's ground floor retail all around the building. The loading is off of Navarre, as well as a vehicular entrance, and the dog park is right next to the historic building. This is a summary of what the project consists of. It's just over an acre at 1.12 acres. Open space, they're meeting this at 23% open space, which is 11,000 square feet. Their density is quite low at 59 units an acre, or 66 units. The height is 12 stories and also 137 feet. Again, that would be consistent with the way the MX 2.5 is proposed. Again, they're going for their own risk. That may not be approved. Let's see, the front setbacks, of course, are 0, and the setbacks they meet except for one setback on Alhambra, which the PAD provides flexibility for them to have a lesser setback on Alhambra. The review timeline started with DRC last October. They got the approval from Board of Architects in March of this year. They had a neighborhood meeting in April, and here we are at planning and zoning in September. There were letters sent to the properties, both the owners and the current occupants, as required by the zoning code. And those letters were sent out 3 times for the neighborhood meeting, for the July PCV meeting, which was deferred, and today's meeting today. Property was posted 4 times, website posting and newspaper advertisement per code. Staff determined that this is consistent with the comp plan and objectives and policy of the comp plan, and it complies with the findings of fact of the zoning code and recommend approval of conditions. Those conditions are in your staff report, but basically it's construction staging to keep Alhambra Circle sidewalk open throughout construction. There's a concern that the residents in the area had about a nearby project, catty corner to this project. So this is a requirement. They have to have the sidewalk open on Alhambra. Traffic calming would include shade trees on all 3 sides of the project, as well as a bike path on Alhambra, crosswalks on Alhambra as well to connect to the school, and of course landscape bump outs around the project. Underground utilities that are along Galeano, as well as a requirement to keep the paseos to be public accessible at all times, and the park to be open from dawn to dusk. Traffic monitoring, as well as prohibiting parking in the loading area. This is a concern the residents had about not too much parking, but there's an area on their site plan that's on Navarre, and the concern was that there'd be some parking there. So there's the condition of approval to not allow that. And then there's also another concern from the residents to promote the leasing of the retail on the ground floor. So the condition reads at a minimum of 75% of the ground floor retail has to be leased within 1 year after the last TCO, temporary certificate of occupancy. So the condition approval is also including, like I said, the shade trees and bike path along Alhambra for their block, as well as the half a block that's just south of them. And then the block and a half north of them would be a temporary solution to be able to transition well. And that's it.
Thank you, Jennifer. I want just a quick question, if I may. For the comprehensive plan amendments, for the findings of facts for the land use amendment, you state 6 standards that are on there. Are they required to meet all 6 standards? How does that work?
Yes, they're required to meet all the standards. You're looking at page 6 of the staff report. Sorry, page 7 is where the standards start.
That is correct.
Yes,
So they must meet all 7.
correct. 6.
I'm sorry, all 6.
Yes.
It's not a question of if they meet 5 of the 6 or 2 of the 6.
Right. I mean, the 6th one is really, is there anything, let me quote, any other effect the city determines is relevant to the city commission's decision on the application. It's not really a standard, but, as far as the general information. I think that we talked about the North Ponds visiting workshop and how this is consistent with that.
Okay. Thank you. Is it something you'd like to ask now, or do we open it for public comment?
I would like to ask Jennifer one question, please. Currently in our zoning code, which is the law, is there a thing called 2.5 MX?
Currently, no.
There is no 2.5 MX in our laws.
Correct.
Does this project hinge on getting that district?
Does it hinge on it?
Does this project hinge on a new district being approved or not for our zoning code?
Yes. So they're requesting MX 2.5. If that doesn't exist by the time they're going to commission, then they'll have to change the request. Does that answer your question?
It does. But with that said, we're talking about a hypothetical. There's nothing in our zoning code, nothing in the law in Coral Gables that says there is a 2.5 mixed-use district at this point. But we have an applicant asking for something that doesn't exist.
At their own risk, yes.
Well, asking for something that doesn't exist, is this the cart before the horse? Shouldn't the zoning code be changed if it is going to be changed before an applicant comes before us with a project that hinges on a district at this point that doesn't exist in our zoning code? I'm a little confused. Why are we even taking this issue up if the whole project hinges on something that doesn't exist?
Sue, what I'd like to do is ask the city attorney to answer that question as opposed to Jennifer.
Thank you.
Well, first, you could recommend denial of the project based upon the fact that it's a hypothetical. That can be your recommendation. Or your recommendation could be, even if 2.5 is approved, we recommend denial. Or your recommendation, because it is a recommendation, you're not approving anything. You're making a recommendation to the commission. Or your recommendation could be approved subject to the MX 2.5. So you really have a full menu of how you can address this item.
But I think also the question is, by code or by statute, are they allowed to bring before the board seeking for 2.5?
Well,
If I understand.
I'm not aware of anything that in the code that would prohibit the board from making a recommendation on a pending legislative. But if the board strongly does not want to make a recommendation on this item because it's theoretical, then I think then it would be appropriate that your recommendation would be denial based upon the fact that it's theoretical at this point. That could be another recommendation that the board could choose to make. Now, there are some things that are not dependent. I think the comp plan item is not dependent on the 2.5. That's for to allow for a mixed use.
To require mixed use, yes.
Required mixed use. So that would not be dependent. But I think the other items do depend on their obtaining that legislative change.
And that's a risk that they're taking.
It's a risk that they're taking, and the board could say, well, we don't want to undertake that risk, and we're going to recommend denial.
Understood.
You can choose to do that as well.
Understood.
So do we, as a board, look at 2.5?
Well, I believe that 2.5 was presented to this board. I think that as I understand it, the 2.5 is really, instead of them having to ask for the zoning at a higher height and doing a covenant for a lower height, in order to avoid the covenant of having to do a covenant, they want to create this intermediate step. So that MX 2.5 is really a height, 137.5, right?
Correct, yes.
So, and the higher height would be
190.5 or
which is what
205.
zoning district is that? MX3. MX3. So their goal is trying to avoid asking for 195 feet.
190 feet.
Sorry, 190 feet.
But let me ask you, 2.5, which does not exist currently, would be a major change to our zoning code. Is that correct?
It's a new district.
It's a major change, correct?
It's a new district.
Yes or no?
It's a new district.
It's a major change.
I mean, how do you define major? It's not rearranging the zoning
Well, you're
code.
creating a whole new district. Are districts very important in our zoning code? Are they a big deal in our zoning code?
I mean, it's a map. It's not the zoning code, it's a zoning map.
I'm sorry, the zoning map. Are districts a big deal in the zoning map?
They regulate height and density.
Yeah. So it's a big deal. A new district is a big deal, right? Okay, let's say it's a big deal because you're hesitating, but it's a new district. It's something that doesn't exist. And all I'm saying is, tell me the process for changing the zoning code the last time. What did we have to go through to change our zoning code the last time?
The zoning code update, you mean?
Yes.
What do we have to go through?
What did we have to go through?
Well, we had a committee that we got feedback from. We did that for a couple of years. We had public meetings. We did that for also probably a year. We went to this planning and zoning board multiple times, some as workshops and some as public hearings. We went to the city commission for first reading more than we probably needed to until it was finally adopted.
So it's a big deal to change something this important in the zoning code, correct? It's that important where
So-
we went through a process.
Well, instead of asking the same question over and over, let's go ahead and listen to, we've heard the presentation. Let's get public input. Let's go ahead and have a discussion among ourselves and then see what motion or what comes out of it. I think that's the only way to move forward on this.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
I agree with your point. I just wanted to clarify because Mr. Withers was not sitting here
Right.
at the last one. And just to be fair to Mr. Withers and accurate, Mr. Attorney,
Right.
it went with no recommendation.
Right.
I didn't, I told the board that it was presented to you. You're right, Mr. Withers was not there.
Nor was
And right, two people were not there.
Nor
was
I'm
I.
maybe Jennifer might be worthwhile to explain what the MX 2.5 would
Right,
have
so
provided
as
for.
you know,
That's what I was going to ask, so.
the MX2, the maximum height,
My apologies to the
That's
two
right.
members that were not
I
here.
know what MX2 is. I mean, I have a pretty good idea, but I don't know what 2.5 is.
so the maximum height of MX2 is 97 feet. The maximum height of MX3, which is the next category up, is 190 feet and 6
Right.
inches, or 205 feet, depending if you have reduced density in the CBD. So as you can imagine, a jump from 97 feet to 190 feet is quite great, right?
Is this with Mediterranean bonuses? to make
Yes.
sure it's not confusing?
Yeah.
Right. Otherwise, it's 97 feet, you jump up to 150, which is also a big jump. And then from there, 3 stories additional for 190.5 feet.
But with med bonuses, what can you do in MX2?
MX2, 97 feet. That's the max
That's
with
it.
the
97.
med bonus level 2.
Including
base would be
elevator
would be 70
towers,
feet.
including
Yes.
towers, auxiliary, and so forth?
That's 30% of height.
That's the maximum habitable space. You can do additional towers for 25 feet, or if you're in the CBD, it's a 1/3. It's a little complicated.
What is it, the density component?
Density is the same. It's all about height. The intensity is also the same. So the intensity is still 3.0 or 3.5 FAR, sorry, F with med bonus.
3.5.
And the density is the same. Here it's unlimited because it's in the CBD.
And Mr. Attorney, what I wanted, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Attorney, I want to be very, very clear that the way that staff presented this to this board was that if you had MX2 and then you had MX3, the MX2.5 would be like a transition of height. And that's how it was heavily presented by staff.
Right. Yes.
Or you could look at it a different way. So the strategy, I'm assuming, not putting words in, is that there was no way they were going to get their 190 feet. Then they needed to go higher than 92 feet. So they were looking for a way to kind of
97
split
feet,
the baby and say, let us go 135 feet.
Let me clarify a little bit there.
Okay, that's why I don't want to put words
Yeah.
in your mouth. But I mean, that's what it seems like, okay?
Let me tell you what's going on. When we first filed, we actually filed for a request to change to MX3, which historically has been sort of the process by which, it's the other zoning category that's available if you're
Right.
MX2. But we always were at this reduced height of 137 feet. So historically, what's been done is you rezone to MX3, you proffer a covenant tying yourself to the site plan. At the same time as we filed that application, not at the same time, but sometime later, this MX 2.5 ordinance was proposed and has been going through the process of approval. It fits pretty well with what we're trying to do here as far as the height that, we're proposing and serving that sort of transitional use that Board Member Pardo was talking about earlier. So with that going in process and going now to City Commission, we modified the application so as to provide instead of MX2 to MX3, MX2 to MX 2.5, which from a mapping perspective, I think is preferred by staff because of, how, what sort of future precedential value that could potentially have in the area. On the issue of how this process is unfolding, keep in mind that many times you see projects come here that are also traveling at the same time with some sort of code amendment, for example, and contingent on that code amendment. It's similar to that situation here. And one other option even that I think is available to the board as far as recommendations Could be, let's say, you yourself are not supportive of the MX 2.5, don't think it's necessary. We could potentially recommend MX 3 with a covenant, as has historically been done.
Mr. Attorney, I have a question for you in reference to the law. In reference to the law and spot zoning. Can you explain to me how this could not be considered spot zoning?
Well, spot zoning is typically you have a sea of one type of zoning and you have an island of another. So, for example, you have commercial everywhere and a spot of residential, or residential everywhere and a spot of commercial. So I don't necessarily see this as spot zoning because this area is of the same type of zoning. It's just a question of what height you're going to. So I think a spot zoning would be more of a different type of use. And so I wouldn't necessarily see going to, you have a choice of MX2 or MX3, and they're coming in the middle of MX 2.5. I don't see that as spot zoning, as I wouldn't see MX3 as spot zoning.
So the mixed use component alone does not qualify for spot zoning, although maybe 3/4 of it doesn't have mixed-use commercial in it. Multifamily, but it's still residential. That's why I'm asking.
Right, but I don't see mixed use to be that different
Right,
than
mixed use is more
residential.
of a transition between those commercial uses that you see in the downtown area or urban areas, in between a multifamily area. You're mixing the uses, it kind of transition the uses.
Between the two of you, I have a little bit of confusion because the attorney for the owner said that we are in the CBD, and you said we're on the edge of the CBD.
Yes, I think they're both accurate.
I'm sorry?
On the edge of the CBD. They're within the CBD, but on the edge of the CBD.
Is it outside of the?
No, inside
edge
the
of
CBD.
Or is it in the CBD?
It's within the CBD, along the edge of the CBD.
The first sentence in your recommendation says that it's on page 1, and it says that it's on the edge of the CBD, so I assumed it was just outside of the CBD.
That's on the border.
It's inside the CBD.
Okay.
The northern boundary of the CBD is Navarre,
Right.
which is on our north
Staff
side.
didn't provide a line of where the CBD was, so we have to guess or research it ourselves.
But Chair, let's not lose the essence of this. The essence is they're asking for something that is not in our law. It's not in our code. It's not in the map. It's non-existent,
So let's go ahead and open it for public comment,
okay?
and then we can have a discussion afterwards. Jill, how many speakers do we have for this item that are in chambers?
One, and I would like to make an announcement to anyone on the Zoom. If they wish to speak, to please raise their hand.
Go ahead and call the first speaker in chamber, please.
Mariana Ancheta.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Marianne Ancheta. I'm a proud resident of Coral Gables. I'm a Gables High graduate, also of University of Miami, law school as well. Lived in Miami and in Coral Gables practically my whole life. I care very deeply about the city and how it's been changing. I live a couple
If
of
you
blocks.
can state your address for the record.
Oh, I'm sorry,
please.
1805 Ponce de Leon Boulevard, apartment 522, Coral Gables, Florida 33134.
Thank you.
It's my first time speaking, so I apologize for the oversight. I live a couple blocks away. The presenters for the applicant mentioned, the local neighbors that would be walking their dog. That's me. I walk my dog right down Madera. I turn at Galliano. I turn down Navarre. I turn down Alhambra. I see the pickup and drop off. I'm an attorney. I work from home a lot of times. My office is on the corner of 201 Alhambra. I am that person that went without a year, without a car for a full year because I wanted to be able to move around in the city without having any impact on the environment. And I found that very easy to do. My office is 2 blocks down the road. So I have many, many concerns about this project. Number one, I asked whether there was a traffic study. I was told that They did have an analysis done, and that the conclusion was that a traffic study was not required because of the trips, that the impact wouldn't increase enough density. But I'm not necessarily so much concerned about new trips to that area. I'm concerned about the safety of those kids and the parents that are walking right along where they're proposing to put that park on the edge of Galeano. I see the line of cars. They go all the way down to Madera, 3 blocks down for pickup and drop off, sometimes blocking the stops, the intersections with the stops. And a lot of times there's parents that are walking their children right there. So I have concern about all that retail frontage in that area with people running in and out and parking on the street with little children being walked. So that's one concern of mine. I also believe, I'm not an expert in that area, but with regard to the traffic study, I believe the comparison study isn't adequate because there are new trip and projects that have been added since 2017 that aren't not accounted for in the comparison analysis. And like I said, this isn't just about cars, it's about the safety of the children. We only have one chance to get that right. I don't understand what the public benefit is to this. I appreciate that they're donating a park in that corner. It looks like a beautiful park. We also have a very beautiful park that was recently renovated just down the street, which is Phillips Park. Has a brand new playground. I see people playing rugby there on the weekend, basketball courts that are frequented often. So there is a park right down the street, and the kids have a playground right across the street on the school grounds. There's a playground right there. I also have questions about whether one of the items that I reviewed under the review standards for the comprehensive plan amendments is its effect on the availability of housing that's affordable to the people who live and work in the city of Coral Gables. The current use of that space is low-income housing, I would suggest, and it's being demolished. Just like all of Madera, the entire block of Madera was just demolished from Salcedo to Lejeune. I run on the other side of Lejeune, so I cross that street all the time, and I've seen how that entire block was demolished with houses that were more affordable for people that want to live in the city, maybe work in the city. Even professionals like myself need to now seek more affordable housing options within the city, as we've seen a lot of out-of-towners that have come with their money from California and New York and other high-rent districts. So I am concerned. What it says here, its effect on the availability of housing that's affordable. What was put into the staff report is the proposed amendment will provide a mixed-use building near downtown with access to frequent transit service, biking distance to multiple destinations, and pedestrian access to dining, shopping, and employment opportunities. This does not speak to affordable housing whatsoever, and it does not recognize that the existing housing that is there is being eliminated. I also have some concerns. I haven't analyzed the map of the proposed project, but I read that the loading and unloading areas that are required to be fully enclosed areas, there's a part that they're going to add that is not enclosed. They're proposing a space in front. I'm not sure which street. That's the part I'm not clear on yet, where that frontage would be. But there would be a space for a loading area for vans that would not be fully enclosed. I'm also concerned about the trash in the area. I pick up litter in that area when I walk my dog. I also participate with the Keep Coral Gables Beautiful initiative to pick up trash in that area. One time I won the prize for being the solo garbage picker. I went straight from 201 Alhambra, where we started, and walked myself down over because I'm like, I'm going to clean up in my area. I walked around the school. There are bottles with urine, some yellow liquid that I can only assume is urine that's tossed out. And a lot of that new trash and beer bottles and everything that I see and I pick up around the schoolyard is, I suspect, coming from the construction on Giralda and the brewery that's over there, and more of the creep of the commercial space. And so people park in that area, and as they're walking home, they dump their trash there. So I'm very concerned about that area also becoming a place where there's more trash, especially with the children there. Those really were my only comments for today, so thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to you.
Thank you for addressing. Jill, do we have any other speakers on this item?
Yes, someone signed up, but they need to be sworn in. Sophia Hetler. Did you sign in?
Could you please raise your right hand to be sworn in? Thank you. If you please state your name and address for the record.
Sophia Heidler. I live at 119 Menorahs Ave. I'm the unit owner of, the unit owner of number 10. I apologize for my unprofessional attire. I'm coming from work, but I also am a Miami law student. But I am concerned about the area being zoned for this kind of use and this increased height of the building as well, for a lot of the same reasons as the previous speaker. It's really hard to even walk my dog on that street without almost getting hit by a car. Parking is a nightmare for a lot of the buildings that don't have parking in there for that building. The street parking is already really bad by Phillips Park because of the recreational uses there. There's a lot of people that come and play, like she said, rugby, soccer, basketball there. There's like a new playground. It's just, there's not a lot of, the infrastructure is not ready to support that kind of commercial use in restaurants. I'm also concerned about the litter, and I pick up litter when I'm walking my dog as well. I just think it's not in line with the best interests of the neighborhood there. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anybody else in chambers?
Yes, he signed up then. I think he went around. Manolo Reboso.
I think he just stepped down.
He's coming back in.
That's not him. That's
Just
it.
to clarify, no one has raised their hand or sent a chat saying that they want to speak
Okay, thank you.
on Zoom.
Hi, sir. Were you sworn in
Sorry, someone
earlier?
just did.
Yes,
If you
I
could please
was.
state your name and address for the record.
my name is Manolo Reboso. I live at 600 Billmore Way, apartment 1004, Coral Gables, for the past 16 years in the most beautiful city of the state of Florida. I was a Miami City Commissioner, a member of the Planning and Zoning Board of the City of Miami for 2 years, 70 to 72, appointed to the commission in August 7, 1972, and elected in 1973 to a 4-year term, the first Cuban American elected to a public office in the United States. I was re-elected in 1977 to another term. I am here today to strongly recommend this project. I think it has the okay of the departments of the city of Coral Gables, the professionals working in the city. And I think it's the type of building that the city deserves and our sons, because we need beautiful housing for the next generation. And housing is one of the principal things that we need in Coral Gables to preserve the beauty. So thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Jill, so we have no more in chamber?
No, but someone did indicate they want to speak on Zoom.
Okay. Can you please call them?
Sarah, if you could please open up your mic.
Hi, I just wanted to state that I agree that we
Sarah,
don't have the
if I
2.5 zoning.
can, Sarah, if you can, please state your full name and address for the record.
Yeah, my name is Sarah Condi. I'm at 228 Alessio Avenue.
What?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes. One other question. If you wish to be sworn in by the court reporter, we need you to open your video. If you don't wish to be sworn in, it may not be potentially may not be considered substantially competent evidence because you're not being sworn, but you're certainly welcome to make your comments. So it's your choice whether you wish to be sworn or not be sworn.
I'd prefer not to be sworn in.
Okay.
If that's okay.
You can feel free to go forward.
Yeah, I mean, I just wanted to say that, this is another instance of asking for higher and higher and higher zoning. Most of the residents in the city are opposed to that. The majority of the people are saying that, there's just too much overdevelopment. These people are trying for a zoning standard that doesn't even exist yet. So that would be my comment on this project. and on all the projects that are trying to change the zoning by project in the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Jill, anybody else?
No one else.
Anybody on the telephone platform?
No.
Okay, at this time, I'd like to go ahead and close it for public comment. Mario, do you have any?
Sure, just a few minutes of rebuttal. We realize that change is never easy. It's something of an uncertainty as to what's coming. But for many of the issues that were brought up by the residents, what they want to see improved or what they see issues with right now, the way it can happen is through redevelopment, through responsible redevelopment. We heard the speakers talk about walkability, pedestrian safety, crosswalks, bicycle lanes, which otherwise are not there and may not be happening anytime soon, or will take place because of this project. We talked about parking, the lack and the difficulty that there is to find on-street parking. That's because every single building that's on this block right now does not have its parking, does not have even one parking space. And so with a new project that's going to provide all of the parking within the parking garage, that will relieve the demand that there is on on-street parking right now. We've complied with the code as far as what's required from traffic analysis. We have our traffic consultant here who can speak more to it. And again, we have a density here that's less than half of what was previously approved, less than half of what is permitted right now. That will help with traffic also too. On the issue of height, if we can go to the slide that shows the other height in the area, we have literally across the street a 17-story building. We have plenty of other height in the area, as will be shown right now. There you go. 17 stories, 13 stories, 8 stories are around there also. The block immediately to the north of where we are right now is a property that is fully assembled. It's fully assembled, and I'm sure at some point will be redeveloped, and under today's code can be redeveloped at 100 feet. So having a transition from 17 stories to the 12 stories here to the 10 stories that could potentially be there makes perfect sense. This is a project that, again, is within the central business district where we have MX2 zoning, we have MX3 zoning, we could do MX2, we could do MX3 with a covenant. Staff was very comfortable with the idea of this MX 2.5 zoning district, which is being put forward and is going through the process right now, and is another option that can be used. But the important thing is, what sort of development are we going to get at the end of the day here? What sort of public benefit is there? Where there is right now, no crosswalks, no bicycle lanes, no park, there will be as a result of this project, aside from a very good quality project from a developer that has an excellent track record here in the city of Coral Gables. That will be it for my rebuttal, but we're available for any questions.
Thank you, Mario.
Sure.
Sue, would you like to start?
To tell you the truth, Mario, this could be the Taj Mahal. That's not the issue for me. The issue is 2.5 mixed use is non-existent in our code, and your whole project hinges on us changing the zoning code that was just changed 2.5 years ago. You sat on the committee to change the zoning code 2.5 years ago. Did you ever bring up 2.5? Did you ever bring up 2.75, 3.1, 4.5? I mean, this is like, you know what I mean? The next project's going to come in after you and say, well, we want a 2.85. This is ridiculous. We have a zoning code. Let's stick to it. Build a beautiful project within the confines of the beautiful laws that we have. You're one of the ones that created the laws.
If I may on that point, because if we were to go back in the record, you'd see that I actually did bring it up. The gap, the sort of gap that there is right now between MX2 and MX3 is 100 feet. You could put another building in that gap right now. We're always trying to encourage a scale that is appropriate for the area, and I think we should have more than one zoning district to try to respond to that. We've tried before, you remember, to decrease the minimum lot size to 10,000 square feet to try to encourage a 6 to 8 story sort of scale. That is what's being proposed with that MX 2.5 is consistent with this. But let's not get too tied up in the MX 2.5 because this could just as easily, as it started, be MX3 with a covenant to restrict us to a particular height, a particular site plan.
So my suggestion is either do something within the code or come back if and when 2.5 is approved.
Thank you, Sue.
You're welcome.
Felix?
Yes. I'd like to ask you a question. You said that the building directly across the street is 17 stories?
Sure, it's the, what's called the
Point that
Columbus
one-
Center.
Can you point it out
Sure.
for me, please?
Can you put your cursor on it, perhaps?
Yes, if you could do that.
Right there.
Okay, I'm sorry. The way I see it, the one directly across the street on Alhambra Circle is the one with the red tiled roof. How many stories is that one?
That's a 4-story building.
I'm sorry?
4.
4 stories. That's what I thought. Second thing is, I need to ask staff something because I'm looking at page 4. There's an aerial photograph, and that building that has been, the one you pointed out, that's 17 stories tall, that has been there for years now, is not shown on this very old aerial photograph in staff's package on page 4. I kept looking at it, thinking that I was disoriented. But if you see clearly, it shows the old building that's there. You see Alan Morris's building. There's nothing behind it. You see a parking lot where that building was built, which is 17 stories. That's very misleading. I looked at that and I kept thinking, was it compatible or not? And this is an old aerial photograph.
Correct. Yeah, I think this is from Bing to get that bird's eye or high bird's eye view, and Bing didn't have it updated yet.
I understand, but look, I think that development has an essential part in what we do as human beings. But I think also, for me, compatible development is a really big thing. And when I look at this photograph, it's not showing me what a 17-story building looks like next to, because this area is being dwarfed. Now, between the high-rise and the mid-rise, the incredible part about this application is, number one, you're going for a zoning that doesn't exist yet. Number two, you're going for a change of the comprehensive plan, which is the absolute ceiling of what is allowed or not allowed. So that's two things. But the other thing is that you are directly across the street from the historic school, one of the most beautiful buildings in Coral Gables and in Dade County, and it's directly across the street from a very, very low building that has tremendous history in our city. And on top of that, when you come in through Alhambra Circle, off Douglas Road, you're going through one of the gate areas off Bill Kerdike Way, which is Douglas Road. So the block has 2 to 4 story high apartments. You said directly across the street, not quite, catty-cornered, I think would be the proper term, Mr. Attorney. And I think that that 17-story is catty-cornered to your project. The commercial mid-rise intensity was changed in 2017. That's only 6 years ago. And of course, with that height, and I disagree with what they did in 2017, they tried to change it to this high-rise so you could have 190 feet of height, which is astronomical, and then on top of that, with unlimited density. And that's why when they allowed their site plan to expire, we got another crack at being able to do something. Now, what I can't understand is, if you look at the 2.0 versus the 3.0, I don't think you've got a snowball's chance in hell in getting a 3.0 approved. Now, going to a 2.5, the difference is that the 97-foot difference of total height allowed by MX2 compared to 137 is not a minor amount. It's 47 feet in height. The difference between that and the initial one, you should not be comparing it. You should be comparing it between the zoning that exists, which is 2.0, and the zoning that you're asking for, which is 97 feet. So when the 97 feet comes into play, the amount of units per acre in density is 50 units per acre. It is substantially less than what was originally allowed, not originally allowed, but allowed in 2017. And again, I'm looking at compatibility with the area. We listened to 2 residents that walk the area, live in the area, and they're saying specifically that the congestion, the parking nightmare, etc., they live in what has been planned, what has been built. The commercial mid-rise to a mixed use in itself provides now a loading component issue, which is a problem, which exists throughout the city. Our zoning code should be changed to make sure that we have better loading and unloading, and where it's outside of the street, where people don't block the streets, including emergency vehicles, and it happens throughout the city. The small-scale amendment, according to State Statute 163.3187, has not been explained by staff in explaining why it's considered a small amendment. It's considered a small amendment because of the size of the parcel and the intensity of the parcel. But the result of a change of the master plan is devastating in this particular area. When you look at the area from Douglas to Ponce, the corridor of development of high-rise is obviously Ponce going north and south, and that's how George Merrick designed this building, this city originally. It was supposed to be a north-south, not a Miracle Mile going east-west. You could check it. Just go to the historical department. I think that the CBD location being on the edge, you could see the difference in any aerial photograph between Alhambra Plaza and Alhambra Circle. Alhambra Circle was meant to be a low residential area. That's why the gates are there. That's why when you come in and you see those Royal Poincianas in the median, it brings the scale down. But then all of a sudden, as soon as you get past that canopy of trees, then you see that 17-story building out there in the background. And it's actually facing perpendicular to Alhambra Circle, so it even looks much more massive. It's massive, but it looks even more massive. The pad, there's a lot of restrictions that have been talked about in trying to limit the length of those buildings. What is the length, Glenn, what is the length of your building on Alhambra Circle? In other words, it's less than 300 feet, right?
It's 220 feet, I believe.
220 feet.
Yeah.
So from a length standpoint, that's acceptable, because why the staff and certain commissioners are looking at this, they're trying to limit them where it's 300 feet or less.
Yeah.
So that works for you because of the shape of the block. But then when you increase another almost 47 feet in height.
It's only 40 feet. It's from 97 to 137. That's
40 feet.
40 feet.
I'm sorry,
Yeah.
40 feet. The zoning classification, when I looked at the staff report, it said on page 13 that the under site information plan, it says type allowed/required and proposed. Unfortunately, there's no mention of what we are looking at when we're looking at the terminology allowed/required. The reason is that if you say, well, let's compare two because it's allowed or required, you're actually putting the requirements for a zoning that doesn't exist. I always would like to see what the difference is from staff. I would like to see what's existing, how it changes when we go from one zoning classification to the other. And the other thing is, any change of the comprehensive land use plan, I think should have the entire section of of the city, so you could see exactly what you're doing as far as popping up height or increasing density or doing any of the other things or the components that exist for the comprehensive land use plan. I don't take this lightly. And then finally, when you look at the buildings across the street, directly across the street on Alhambra Circle, you're looking at a building that is not that old, and they built a 4-story building. When you look at the other buildings, some are historic and some are not, again, the scale is more proportion to what they developed just a few years ago when they built that building, whether it was 10 years ago or not. So the compatibility becomes a problem as far as the change of zoning, and also the increasing the comprehensive land use plan. So I have nothing but concerns about the project as it was explained, as it was presented. I think that the designers are excellent designers, but the problem is, for me, compatibility.
Thank you.
That's all.
Could I just respond
Yes.
to just a couple of things, Felix? Actually, we were the architects for the building across the street for 50 Alhambra, and we've participated in the zoning code rewrite, and we've been here in Coral Gables many, many years. When we did that building for, that was under not the last code, it wasn't under this, the current code or the last code, it was under the previous code, which before that, and if you remember that code actually rewarded height. The higher you went, the more FAR you got regarding the site and the size of the building. And we worked with the zoning director at the time, Dennis Smith, to be able to do that building. And one of the things they were looking for examples of what could be achieved if you manipulated the code, because the code was not something that was, as I said, it rewarded height. The higher you went, the more FAR you got. And so they permitted us to waive, or that we received variances on the setbacks. And we worked with the zoning department to create that. And that's actually, it's not a 4-story building. It's technically a 5 or 4.5 or 5-story building, because we partially submerged it's not a fully underground parking. It's an elevated deck. And if you've ever driven by the building, you'll notice that there's an elevated platform that has stairs that goes up to each of the townhouses. And it's kind of a hybrid. It has townhouses on the first 2 levels and apartment units on the upper 2 levels. And so anyway, the idea was to work with the zoning department to see what could be created. And so that is kind of a hybrid building that couldn't be done under actually any of the codes, today's code or any of the previous codes, without variances from the city. To compare that actually to, the existing, I think if the developer had the ability to, or if it was being done at this time, that building would be 97 feet. It wouldn't be 4.5 stories. It's all about the sequence of things, and as Mario mentioned, one of the things that we discovered is that the whole block that is to the north of our site has been assembled and will probably be coming. I don't have any idea who, but it will probably be something that will be a large-scale project and will be 97 feet. So the idea is that, in going back to talking about the zoning code, we all participated in that rewrite, and it came to the Board of Architects multiple times, and I know that it came to the Planning and Zoning Board and to the City Commission, and it had a lot of input from residents and people. But honestly, I don't know that there was ever any discussion or ever thought that was given between the disparity between 190.5 feet on an MX3 property that you can achieve, and even higher with TDRs and other incentives, and the 97 feet. That is a large gap in the zoning code to try and create a stepping appropriateness of massing within the CBD and within the city itself, and so I know that we had a lot of talk and paid a lot of money for the rewrite, but honestly, I don't think it was something that was ever really thought about, and it's something that has arisen at this point, and I think that there is a need for that type of transition in the form of some type of an intermediate step to allow the transition to occur from 97 feet to 190 feet. And that, is just something that honestly, is just a no-brainer in my mind. There is nothing right there now. You're correct. It's not in the code, whether it was missed or just never thought about. It's been thought about now, and I think that it's something that needs to be done, and that's my position.
Felix, are you?
I very short. Your height of the building directly across the street is how many feet, Glenn?
I think it's 65 feet.
65 feet, which is the perfect transition to 97 feet. If you would hold it to the 97 feet that is currently allowed. So you're comparing it to the higher, which is the X3. I don't think that's a fair comparison. I think the fair comparison is with the building that you designed, which you guys did a great job, directly across the street, 97 feet, would be the right transition. That's just my final
Thank you. Chip?
Well, I have a couple of questions. I want to ask a bit about the building itself. So how many actual residential floors are there, and what's the ceiling height in those residential?
The ceiling height is 10 feet, and there are 66 units.
Can you speak a little bit more into the microphone?
I'm sorry.
Sure. Oh, how many residential floors are there?
There are 7 residential floors.
So if an average ceiling is 8 feet and you're going 10 feet, you need an additional 2 feet per floor, so that's 15 feet. Am I missing something?
No, and that's correct. And the other thing now is that the new requirement is 15 feet on the ground level.
Okay, and it used to be 10, so that's another 20 feet. So how do we get up to the 40 feet? I'm trying to figure that out. Where is our height between the floors?
We have 11-foot ceilings on the penthouse level.
That's another foot.
Yeah,
okay.
so it all.
I'm not trying to pin you down. We did a building like this recently when I was on this board, and we allowed MX2 to go another 8 feet, 10 feet, 7 feet, I don't remember what it was, to go to 10-foot ceilings. Mm-hmm. And it's being developed, and we got a nice park out of the deal, and we got some nice public amenities on the ground floor, and we redesigned the sides of the building. So I'm trying to figure out how we go from why you need another 40 feet from the 92-foot.
Yeah, well, the other thing is the amenity level on the roof, that we're including that in the 137 feet that we're, and that's less than the.
Okay. Let's talk about the dog park. That's great. And you have that historic building between it. And I couldn't quite understand staff's 18-month, you can still tear that building down if you want?
No, it's historic. It's historic.
I didn't think it had historic value. I thought I saw a letter
No, that property, 42 Navarre, the one that we are preserving, is definitely designated historic.
And
I thought I saw a letter from, maybe I
You
did.
may have seen one of the other properties. Remember, there's several buildings on the
Okay.
site, so.
Was there another historic building on that site?
do you
Or
have
no?
the photographs?
Okay, then I'm,
Can you?
must have been, I don't know. So that public park really doesn't look like a public park to me. How do you get into that park?
No, it's accessed from multiple or from several locations around the site, that there are pathways that go through it. There are gates. Originally, the park we had, it was open on all sides.
Right, that's what I think a park is like, no?
Well, but we were requested for safety concerns, actually by other input from other government entities, to put a fence around it for safety concerns, to prevent if a parent has their child there or something, that it's.
Okay, but what other parks do we have fences around? Because, I mean, to me, once those hedges grow up, it doesn't look like a public park, it just looks like your front yard.
No, I actually.
I mean, just from looking at the photos, it looks like it's part of your.
Well, I mean, just from because we studied several parks or a number of parks, actually, the new one that is just down south of Bird Road on Alhambra, that is fully fenced in. The new park that was created over by the Chinese Village, we looked at.
Okay, those all have
That's-
kids' toys and gyms and stuff. Yeah, but
This would have the
you
same.
know, I mean, is it?
Yes, we were planning on having, the climbing rocks, and this would be, an active
okay.
park for children.
So, and maybe this is more of a staff question. So,
But Mr. Withers, on
Yeah.
that point, though, the intent here is for this park to be a public park. And if you guys
I
feel
get it.
it's better for it not to have a wall, and that's part of your recommendation.
who
that
controls
is-
that park? Does the city control that park as far as hours, or do you control that park?
No, the idea, what city staff is requesting is that it be managed like any other city park and be open from sunrise from sunrise to sunset.
So my question is, who controls that park? Does the city control the park, or is that under your security and jurisdiction and operating hours and maintenance?
What staff is recommending, we continue the maintenance of it. We take
Sorry,
care of what staff is recommending is that we take care of the maintenance.
Okay, but who? Okay.
Who's going to lock the gate?
If I wanted to have a birthday party in that park for my grandkid, could I have a birthday party in that park as a City of Coral Gables resident?
Normally, you would have to go and get a permit, I think.
I know, but I'm saying, would that be all right for you guys to do that?
We could incorporate it so that.
I'm just trying to figure out who.
So that sort of management, that sort of reservation could be done, sure.
It's what?
That sort of arrangement could be done, that, the public could use it.
How is it now? How is it proposed now?
I don't know if we've
On a
really,
first come, first served basis, if the park is available and it's during hours that the park is.
What I'm getting at is, I love the idea, and I have no problem giving additional height for public, amenities, and I think that's a great idea. I think we need more green space, and if I have to go another 10 or 15 feet to get a 2,000 or 3,000 square foot park, I've done it before, and I would do it again. But is it really a public? It's
The
really a
intention
public
is,
park.
yes, it was intended to be
Okay.
a public park, and.
I want to move it along here because I know it's late. So a quick question is, so we did the MX 2.5 for height only, correct? FAR, everything else stays the same, right? We did the
Correct.
PAD, we did the mixed use so we could get the dog parks and the parks and the other things in there, correct?
The mixed-use land use?
The mixed use.
What do you mean by mixed use?
Well, I mean, we did the pad to help deal with the setback issue.
Yes, and to get public benefit for the substantial
Okay, and we're
development.
doing the mixed use to help
It's a
basically.
requirement because of the size of the property.
Okay.
Anything that's larger than 20,000 square feet is required to have a mixed-use review.
Okay. One last question. The, so on the industrial side, where I call the dog park is that where your service entrance is and everything? Is that where your
Correct.
So when that speaker before was talking about an uncovered loading zone space, I didn't see that. What was?
Well, I think there's a little bit of misunderstanding, but the loading zone is in fact inside and
Right,
covered
underneath
by
the building, right.
Yes, it is fully under the building and inside the building. We wrapped as you can see from the,
Right, you pull up under the, you know,
and so it's fully contained inside.
so that along Navarre is where all of your basically loading, offloading, trash pickup, the noise and all that is going to be, right?
Is contained, and so we concentrated all of that vehicular access, the resident parking or entrance.
So to get to that area, you have to go down where the school is, right? How do you enter into that area? You wouldn't come off of Alhambra, would you?
You mean if you were
For the equipment, yeah, for the larger, not the cars, but I'm talking about the service vehicles, the larger trucks, waste management. How would they enter that?
Yeah, most likely I would assume they would come from Alhambra and turn in, so that it would be the shortest route coming off of Navarre, and they would stay away from the school. That would be on the opposite side of the site. So that, I mean, we were trying to keep all of the traffic and the vehicular access as close to Alhambra as possible.
Can you shrink that a little bit? Can they make that? Can you make that smaller? Normally, I would want it bigger, right? Oh, I see it. Okay. Okay.
So that all of the Galliano Street side, which is where, as other people have mentioned, you know, is where the school and pickup, and there's a lot of traffic that occurs at certain times of the day during pickup or drop-off. That we've tried to minimize the impact on that side altogether. One of the things that we've also done, and just as another comment that I know that Felix had expressed a concern, and which I think is, Felix, very valid. One of the things that we did is on the Galliano side, we stepped I don't know that we have the rendering that we can show you handy, but one of the things that we did is we stepped the building down, and so that it's kind of layered, and so that it has a much softer approach, and it's actually at a much lower scale, as you were saying, would be, you know, something nice as that faces the school and the open playground of the school. That's the real open side of the building also, where the amenity occurs, and so that we were trying to decrease the impact and minimize the impact of the building and the taller building by, as we were saying, pushing it back on the Alhambra corridor, which is a double wide street and a very broad corridor. And so that in order to pull the building back and to allow a much nicer and appropriate, we felt, stepping down motion as a way that meets the lower scale of the school and the openness of the school. So I think, you know, those are all things that we were trying to incorporate in the design to make it more compatible with the neighborhood. We're very concerned about the neighborhood, and you know, we're trying to produce something that is compatible with with the neighborhood. And as you can see from this drawing, the major portion of the 137 is that actually the amenity level is actually substantially taller on the top. And that
can I ask you how many feet that is, the amenity level?
Yeah, the amenity level was 17 feet, I believe. So it's got extra high ceilings in there, and it was meant to be you know, something special. And actually in the code, you can do roof, you know, or ornamental type things, but they're not permitted to be used, or you can't have usable space in there. And so we wanted to do something that was, you know, a very nice element or a significant, you know, nice design feature, but still be able to use it. And so, you know, with the pickleball courts and to create some amenity spaces up there, that would be, you know, a very nice feature for.
Chip, are you?
I'm done. No, I'm done. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Javier?
Yeah, you want to go first?
I'll go. I think one of the nicest entrances to the city is the Alhambra entrance. It's the most sophisticated. It has a green space. Most of the other ones are very hard. And the extension of that green entrance through Alhambra makes it one of the nicest ones in the city. Therefore, any buildings that face Alhambra needs to reinforce the beauty of that entrance. I've been trying to find fault with this project, and I'm having trouble finding fault with it. I think it's very well designed, and it has all of the items that makes a successful Coral Gables building. The style, the character, the scale. I think it's a transition between what's there and the tall building, catty corner with it. And I think there's going to be more pressure and to have more of that size building on that area. It's a building which I like that it's family oriented, as all the apartments are driven by family size units. The open to the public in all sides, and the communication between the building, I think it's good. I understand the concerns that members of the board has on the 2.5, but I think if the developer is willing to gamble on obtaining that, who am I to criticize that? And if it's legal to look at it this time, I'm willing to do it. It's a good project. It's a good project. It's a kind of quality project that we should have more within the city of Coral Gables. So I like it.
Thank you.
I echo Mr. Gravier's comments with regards to the design. I think that the amenity that you have on the rooftop is not really going to be visible except maybe from Alhambra along the street. When you look up, what you're going to see is actually the edge of that pedestal, and then the actual apartments above it will be pushed back from that pedestal that you've developed, which is, I think, is at 40 feet, if I see it correctly, 44 feet. So that is the first substantial line that building develops along the street edge. And then the next one is the actual tower itself, which is set back from there, in the corners especially, where you made a T out of the apartments, and then the rest of those areas become also rooftop amenities for the rest of the project. So, and I think the design is wonderful. It's rich in texture and in design. It has certain playful elements. I think it's well-deserved for a mid bonus. But again, my concern with the 2.5 is that it doesn't exist, and you're taking a risk. But if that's the risk you want to take, I'm not here to stop you, but it's a risk. I mean, the original entitlement has disappeared. The previous entitlement that Florida East Coast Realty had has disappeared because it expired. So
That approval expired.
correct. So we do get to start again. And your other option is to go to MD3 and then covenant for the reduction in the size that you would have. I don't know about your automatic approval of an MD3 for that site, since it's MD2 across, and really it's diagonal where you get the threes. So the 2.5 I see is the way to go. And it makes sense from a planning point of view. It steps from CBD down to the lower density residential, which is not that low. There are 8 stories. There's several, I mean, we're going from, I think this is 12 stories down to 8, so we're looking at 4 stories more if we don't count the rooftop.
Remember that in that area where it's MF2 in the North Ponds, it's also applicable for the residential infill area, which actually takes you to 100 feet, 10 stories potentially.
I understand. So I don't see a dichotomy here with what you're asking with regards to the overall plan of the city and the comp plan. And I think it's very sensitive to the school and the way it's oriented. It limits the amount of shade it casts in that direction because of its shape, as much as possible. My only concern is that you're taking a risk.
Understood.
Do you want to take that risk? I mean, you're here, obviously you do.
We do. I mean, the MX 2.5 is something that it wasn't proposed by us. It was proposed by, a commissioner
And it was
in conjunction
presented,
with
because I
staff.
saw it at the last meeting, sitting in the audience, and it was sent back, correct?
No, the vote, there wasn't a full board that evening,
Yeah.
and the vote ended up being 3-2 with 3 in favor, 2 opposed, but you need 4 in order to have an actual recommendation. So move forward with no recommendation.
Okay. So it's still heading to the commission with no recommendation, and it hasn't been scheduled yet. I'm just thinking of the time of risk you're taking.
It was on the previous agenda, but the commissioner pulled it, the sponsor, and he is now doing some revisions to the ordinance in response to input he's received from the community.
Okay. But so you foresee it coming in the next 2 or 3 months?
Correct.
Before Christmas?
Correct.
Probably. Okay, so that's the time you're trying to gain by submitting now.
Correct.
And seeking our approval of this project, or our positive recommendation, because we do not approve anything.
That's correct.
Thank you. Okay, I think you answered all my questions. Thank you very much. Oh, I had one more question. It's a dumb question. Somewhere on these drawings, when I was filtering through, you have 3 pretty sizable live oaks where the park is going to go.
Yeah,
They're
those are
existing.
all, we're saving those and relocating them, transplanting them.
And you're relocating them where?
To the park.
To the park?
Yeah.
Okay.
They're actually, the 42 Navarre is kind of a wedge shape.
I misread it because it said they were to be relocated, and I thought that they were already there, and you're relocating them.
No,
Okay.
those are-
And then
that's-
bringing them
that's-
back, I'm thinking to myself, maybe you're using it as a lay-down area or
No,
mobilization area.
that's the new location of the relocated trees. And it's to enhance the park and to give it kind of instant maturity.
I've done that, moved big trees. It's very expensive, and you're taking a
We
gamble on a
realize
big
that,
tree.
and as I said in the beginning, that, we, for a previous project, we were able to talk to the developer into relocating a major tree at Biltmore Park.
And if it dies, do we get another one
I'm sure, yes.
of the same size and caliber?
Yeah.
All right. That was my question. Thank you.
Thank you, Javier. Mario, let me ask you a question. Let's say you don't get your 2.5 from the commission. You have to come back to the planning and zoning board or not?
At that point in time, we'd probably revise to go back to our request of MX3.
Right.
And Greg, I think we could potentially go before city commission with the understanding that we don't have a recommendation for MX3, we have a recommendation for MX 2.5.
But if you're not asking right now for MX3, you're asking for 2.5, that doesn't, let's just assume that doesn't happen. If you're going to go for a 3, wouldn't that be a whole new site plan? And wouldn't that come back to the planning and zoning board, or am I thinking wrong?
Well, I'm not sure, actually, because let's say the MX 2.5 falls through, they say, well, we'd like to go with MX3.
Right.
I don't know what the board would do, since they're probably going to want to submit a covenant to have it the same height as the height that they're presenting here. That's what and so really their site plan and everything else doesn't change. They're just, the MX 2.5 is an effort to avoid having to have MX3 with a covenant. But I don't know what the board would do. The board may choose to send it back to this board.
Okay. Now,
There was one more thing
let me-
about that,
let me-
which is the
Felix,
comprehensive
let
land
me
use plan.
finish my thought.
I'm sorry?
Let me finish my thought.
Sorry.
Then the amenities that you're doing on top, those amenities are strictly for the building. It's not open to the outside. The pickleballs are not open to the outside.
Not as proposed right now, no. That's a amenity exclusive to the residents on the top floor.
And does the city require any type of a covenant for that? How does that stay in force?
And you're thinking avoiding the possibility that becomes some sort of club or
Yes.
something? Okay.
That's what I'm thinking, because you're doing pickleballs, you've got that extra height that's usable and so forth. So
That could
how
be
does
one of
city
the, it
protect
could be one of
itself?
the conditions of approval. In other words, that the amenity on the top floor is limited to the residents only, and that would be acceptable to us.
You know, Chip actually made a very good point when he started counting the floors that were going up. And then he came up, well, where are we short? So we see now that the difference is that 17 foot roughly of that amenity. And it was pointed out very clearly that the way it's set is from where you see it. I like your plan you just showed, or your volume, because you actually do see the 17-story building in that volume as a volume spatial recognition. The park itself, this is going to be an active park, not a passive park. Normally, the projects that I have seen, the parks have come and they have been, the land has been given to the city of the park in lieu of or in exchange for what is being done. This is something different for me that I've seen. I've spent many years on this board. If the city is fine with it, then I'm okay with that. I would just like to make sure that that park is accessible to all the residents in the area. I understand there was one of the speakers said, well, you know, we have a park which is part of the school. But I think the school and the district does not allow a lot of times the use of their parks when it's not programmed or during school hours. As far as parking and the people parking on the swales and around, you're right. None of those buildings are providing parking. The amount of parking that you're providing, how much are you over your required parking?
So the required amount of parking is 154, and we have 173.
How are you treating the additional parking? Is that going to be
Meaning-
open to the public? Is that only for the residents and the businesses?
It would be, yeah, it would be a shared use with the business and the residents of the unit or the units in the town.
Is there a way to have a benefit to the residents in that area to be able, if they needed to be able, any access to any of those spaces?
That's an interesting thought. That's something that honestly, we haven't really had any kind of discussion with the client, but I know that there's other projects being done in the city that are using or utilizing excess parking and other structures, and so yes, we have additional parking that is beyond what the code requires.
Right. I would just encourage it if.
Yeah,
if that can
no,
be
but
done.
I see that it would be very much of a benefit, especially to a lot of the existing units and residents and apartments that are in that area that don't have, or that only have on-street parking, that don't provide parking.
Correct. Also, one of the comments that was made is the amount of traffic and stacking and so forth that's in that area. But I think a lot of that is also created during school hours by parents that are coming to pick up their children at those hours. Does the school have any type of policing or monitoring that you know of in that area that controls traffic?
I know that we have been to the site. I do know that there's the school is actually generally people come on Menorca and then go up Galliano and then because the street that is on the south side of the school is one way and one way only to Ponce for pickup of the children. And really, that's another reason why we've kept away from that area to try and minimize any type of impact on that. But there is generally crossing guards and traffic control at Ponce, but to be honest, I don't think I've ever seen any on Galliano.
Yes, Mark.
On the point of any parking potentially being used for the public, I checked with the client and, he hasn't been able to study it closely, but at least he would be comfortable now, as we've done in other projects, not many, but I can at least remember a couple, of allowing 10 parking spaces within the garage to be utilized as part of the city's public parking permit program. That Kevin and I have done it on a couple projects. We can maybe get his input also as to whether he thinks it's appropriate.
How are you treating, there hasn't been any discussion about EV vehicles or charging. How are you treating that?
No, we're complying with the code. There's a large section in the code that requires a certain percentage of EV stations, and so no, all of that would be a part of the project.
I came here with an open mind. I didn't come here with a decision made. I agree with both Javier and Julio about the design of the project, and I think it's a good design. I like the way you've treated it, you've stepped it back, and I also like how you put your services towards the busy area. I mean, I like the project. You are, and I agree, you're taking, with my colleagues, with Javier, you're taking a huge risk on that 2.5. Yet I understand that the commissioner that proposed it, I think, is tweaking it, so forth. So can I go under the assumption that whatever that ends up being, that's what this project, if you want the 2.5, would have to fall under?
Yes. You know, in other words, whatever the requirements of that ordinance are, we would need to comply with.
Okay. Thank you. Felix?
Yeah,
you had a comment?
again, I apologize. I thought, because I was listening to the city attorney when he said about the 3.0, he was referring to the previous project that had their plan expire, correct?
I'm not sure what I had said. I had said that if they were applying, if it turns out that MX 2.5 is that the commission chooses not to adopt that, their only option would be then to build this to have MX3 with a covenant limiting it to the 137 feet. Whether the board would feel the need to remand it back to the planning and zoning board.
Whether the commission.
I'm sorry, with the commission, it's being with the county for 36 years, we always refer to it as the board. My apologies. Whether the city commission would choose to have it come back to the board, I don't know, because ultimately the design of the building, the height of the building, everything about the building is going to be the same. It's the vehicle that they're going to do it by. Are they doing it MX3 with a covenant, or are they doing it MX 2.5? So that was what the question was. So basically my answer is I'm not sure what the city commission would do.
Okay, so I'm as confused as I was originally.
I wasn't talking about 3.0 from an earlier project.
Okay.
So I have a question. What is I should know this. What is the vote required to go to 2.5 on the commission? Is it a 4 or 3-person vote?
I'm not sure.
Can we find out?
Let me understand the question again.
To get a 2.5
Or a map change.
for
like
map
if they're-
change, is it a 4-person
four
vote
affirmative votes.
on the commission?
No, on the commission it's just 3.
On the commission, it's a
Majority.
3. Okay. So I guess the question is if this did not pass tonight and the commission voted for a 2.5, would this come back to us again, or would you just automatically go through as of right to build this?
Well, let's make sure we're talking about this did not pass.
I'm
So
sorry,
you
what?
mean the recommendation would be for denial?
Well, if it comes with no recommendation, what is it? If it's a 3-3 vote, what is it?
If it's a 3-3 vote, depends on the comprehensive, it's a typical lawyer's argument.
Okay.
Answer. So a 3-3 vote on the comp plan
Right.
is deemed a denial.
Right. Okay.
Okay. A 3-3 vote on the other items is deemed to be no recommendation.
Okay. So if it does not pass, or it comes as a no, whatever, and it goes to the commission and they vote for this revised 2.5, does this come back to us, or does this project go on as right?
If
Because
Okay,
we didn't approve it is what I'm saying.
Right, because-
Does it done come
but
back
you-
to us? Or does it automatically just go forward?
Well, no, because it would be up to the city commission whether they want additional input from the board. But remember, your recommendation, even for a denial under the comp plan,
Right.
is still a recommendation. It's not binding on
I
the
got it.
commission.
I get that.
Whether or not they would bring it back would be
not
something, would be
they're
up to
not-
the discretion of the board.
So they're not obligated.
Commission.
They're not obligated to bring it back.
No,
To
because
us.
they've gotten their recommendation from you, which is no recommendation.
Right, with a 2 point, but what I'm saying, if the 2.5 passes at the commission level, does
They wouldn't
this-
come back here. They would
it
take your no,
or
they
or
would not.
It would automatically, or no?
The MX 2.5 or this project? This project would just
Project.
go forward with no recommendation from the board.
Chip,
Is the hypothetical that the 2.5 was approved by this board or was no recommendation from this board?
Well, I mean, I'm sure.
I want to understand the question because I want to make sure I give
The
you
question
the correct
is
answer.
if this is a 3-3 vote today,
For all of it?
for all of it,
Okay,
across the board,
got it.
it moves forward with a no on the change.
On
and
the
then-
comp plan.
On the comp plan, and then a no recommendation on the other 2 or 3, whatever the 3.
Without recommendation, maybe a more accurate way to say it.
Without
Okay.
recommendation, okay. So it goes to the commission, the commission then moves in favor of the 2.5. But they restrict it down to 125 feet or 137 feet, wherever they land with their new 2.5. Does this project then have to come back to us with the new 2.5, or does it just
No.
move forward with as of right, however they want to build it based on the 2.5?
It would not come back to this board unless the commission wanted it to
Okay.
come back.
So this is our bite at the apple to talk about height and things like that right now, right?
I would say that would be true.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman?
If it's brief.
Yeah. For clarification from staff, exactly why is there a comprehensive land use plan amendment?
Why is there a land use map amendment to
Why
be mixed use?
is that a component?
Because the mid-rise, the commercial mid-rise intensity, has a height of 97 feet in the comp plan.
Right, so it is the height issue
Yes,
in the comp plan.
right. But it's also a use. So being mixed use requires them to do mixed use. Otherwise, they could just do straight commercial if their site plan expires
So
again.
it's not because of the mixed use, it's solely 100% because of the height.
The reason they have to request
No,
it, yes.
the change in the comprehensive land use plan.
Well, there's no height linked to the mixed-use land use. It refers you back to the zoning code. Where the zoning code says your height is, your maximum height is, that's what it does. There's no maximum height of a mixed-use land use in our comp plan.
So the comp plan change is essential for this project, along with the MX2.
Yes.
Can you see that again?
The comprehensive land use plan amendment is essential along with the MX2 zoning for this plan to move forward.
Yeah, the 2.5, I mean.
Right.
2.5, yeah.
But just so I'm clear myself, the need for the comprehensive plan amendment is to have it be a mixed-use project.
Well, it's twofold. If they keep it as a commercial mid-rise intensity, they're still capped at 97 feet, which would be inconsistent with the proposed zoning.
Right, in order to get that extra height, they need to have the mixed-use zone
Or commercial high-rise.
or commercial high-rise.
Mixed use would be more appropriate here as it transitions to the North Ponce multifamily.
So I promise this is my last question, okay? So if this passes with 134 feet, is that what you were asking for?
137.
137 feet. But the 2.5 passes at 125 feet.
They've got to go down to 125.
You'd have to knock it down to your original.
Correct.
Or whatever it is that height is permitted in that new zoning district.
They're going for the 2.5. Whatever the commission decides on that
I got it.
2.5, it is. If the commission decides not to approve the 2.5, then they've got to, I guess, look at the 3 with the covenant. If
So the final
commission-
decision on this lays with the commission anyway, doesn't it?
Exactly.
100%.
Is there?
I got two
Yes,
questions.
Javier. Go ahead, please.
The building that we're preserving, the historic building, is it programmed in any way? Is it, how's it going to be used?
The idea is that it's going
Part
to
of
be.
the park, right? It's part of the
Well, there's
public
going to be a
amenity.
restaurant operation there as part of the building, and then the 42 Navarre, the historic building, would be the event space where people can reserve and go to for events in connection with the restaurant
the
operation.
restaurant.
Correct.
Okay, so it's amenity to the restaurant, and it's not necessarily to the public. What about the little pavilion outside?
Yeah, it's in the
covered
park.
area, the little trellised area.
That's definitely part of the
That's
park.
part of the park, right?
Public area,
Okay,
yeah.
So I could rent that for my grandkids' party. It would have
Reserve
been my
it.
kids 10 years ago. But,
Yeah. From your mouth to God's ears, huh?
Oh, I'll get older, you know, it happens. All right, and that's one question. Second question. It appears to me that the biggest resistance we're meeting on this board is the overall height of the building. And this is a hypothetical project. We're approving hypothetically. We're recommending positively for or against hypothetical. What would the owner feel about hypothetically taking one floor out so that the maximum height of the building then drops by 11 feet? And then your max height for the roof is down to, where you need to be, 124, and it makes for a better transition, hypothetically. I don't think it affects the design.
Well, one of the things that as we've been working on this in the progression, the original presentation that we made to the Board of Architects and the original design that they approved didn't have the amenity thing on the top. So the overall height was really 120 feet. It was less the 17 of the amenity. That
brings you within a hair's breadth of the 97 feet of the.
And that was there was an excess of we had in terms of the FAR and the program, we had approximately 8,500 square feet or something of additional FAR, and that's really what began to drive the idea of putting that to use on the roof as the amenity. So it wasn't really, in order to reduce the height, we, like I said, we had the original BOA and med bonus approval on just the building itself without the amenity deck on top.
I think from our perspective, that top piece, which is relatively small in area, not visible from the street, what it brings back in value to the project potentially is such that it's worth having that additional height. Is that fair?
Yeah, no, and it just.
No, I'm thinking about one of the typical floors, not necessarily the top floor.
It makes the.
It makes it squatter, doesn't it?
Huh?
Makes it a little squatter.
Right, if we want to keep the same density, then it would make it
Yeah.
shorter and wider as opposed to.
All right. Would anybody like to make a motion?
I would like to make a motion to defer this project until the time a 2.5 mixed use is approved by the commission.
Second.
We have a motion, we have a second to defer. Any discussion? Call the roll, please.
Chip Withers,
Yes.
Julio Gabriel,
No,
Sue Kowalinsky,
Yes.
Felix Pardo,
Yes.
Javier Salman,
Yes.
Avi Eisenstadt,
No.
4-2.
Now, is that?
Defer.
That's to defer. And it's not time certain, it's until a decision is made, which means at that point, you would have to bring it back. Or
It would be by right.
Well, nothing would be necessarily of right because
Yeah,
we still need
because it's a
to,
PAD, right?
we still need to get a PAD approval and a site plan approval and so forth. At that point, I guess we would come back, assuming that it is adopted, we come back to the same point in time here. But I don't know if are you going to reopen the public hearing and so forth and everything else, or,
To me, we've already had the public hearing based on it. So can we, if it's deferred, can we continue?
Well, it'll up to the board if they want to open the public hearing or not open the public hearing. Or you could move to a vote based upon the, assuming that the MX 2.5 is adopted. So it'll be up to the board at that time whether they want to open the hearing.
Let's assume that the 2.5 is not adopted. There is no 2.5. So they decide to go with a 3, with the covenant. What happens? Do they have to come back here?
Well, they have to come back here because you've deferred the item. So they're coming back here with essentially a new application. So I think that there has to be a new hearing because now it's the comp plan is the same, but now you have a different rezoning.
Okay.
one other question I think to ask is, what if it's adopted on first reading? Could we be here between first and second reading?
Well, that's up to the board. The board is, at this point, there's a motion and a second, and it's that when it's adopted by the city commission, then it gets brought back here. So adopted doesn't mean first reading. So it would have to be after it's adopted. That's what I would advise staff as far as bringing it back here.
Okay. Well,
Unless that would be the decision.
unless we were to ask, could we ask for an up or down vote right now?
Well, they've deferred it. I guess the board would have to reconsider their previous vote.
How does that work?
What was the
Well, it'd have to be, fortunately, we haven't called the next hearing, so that's good. It would have to be a person on the prevailing side of the deferral ask for a motion for reconsideration.
Before we continue, I'm looking at the time. No matter what, we need a little more time. So do we have at the bare minimum right now to continue?
10 o'clock? 10 o'clock? Don't we have another issue after this?
Well, that's, and we got to get Robert in here and one more. So do we want to do 10 o'clock? Do we want to do
11?
I think whatever we do, we're in consideration of to the court reporter, we need to take a break. So
Correct, to get him in. So for now, why don't we just do, if it's okay, just to a 9:30?
I'll move that we
Only-
extend to 9:30. How's that?
Only because that'll give us direction as to how we want to move with
Got
a
it.
full board. And we'll also be able to ask the applicant what they would like to do. We have a motion to
9:30?
9:30. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Here, seconds. Go ahead.
we can do it as a voice vote.
Yeah, aye.
Everybody in favor, say aye. Aye. Anybody against? No? Okay.
So the reconsider the motion was to do what now?
Well, I wanted to consult my client to see if they would want to ask just for an up or down vote so that we can move forward, or whether they prefer the deferral so that we wait to see what the outcome of the MX 2.5 is.
Are you sure you want to do that? I don't know, man. You
Doubling down,
You
man.
saw how the vote just went
Doubling
down, you
down.
know?
Okay.
I think a
Putting all
deferral
the
is an
chips
easy
on the
way
table.
out.
All right, go ahead.
But that should be the client's
their decision.
That's
I
their
mean, I
decision.
will-
That should not be
I
our
will-
decision.
I mean, look,
You give me 2
time,
minutes?
effort, all the money they're paying these guys to be here, you might as well give
You
them.
give me 2 minutes, let me consult with him, and then we'll be
I
back.
have no problem with that.
Can, yes,
I will,
since the vote has already been cast, can Robert come back in or no? Still
I
not?
don't want Robert to come back in until,
This
because
item
that
moves.
means we're going to call the next. and
Got
we
it.
ca- And we can't do a motion for reconsideration if that's the desire of the board
Understood,
until you resolve this.
understood.
I'll move to reconsider the vote if that's what you want to do.
Give me 2 minutes. It may not be.
Okay, we'll hold a second.
Thank you, everybody, for your patience.
Kids are doing good. Are they here or out of Christopher lives in Boston. Two grandkids. And one just turned 9. The other one will be turning 7 in a couple weeks. And Melissa and
Feels like a game show.
Yeah, well,
you know, she's 37. She's 42. No, I know how you feel. Yeah, that's 6 years.
you know, in Shark Tank, it's not good to walk out of the room.
No bueno. No bueno.
He wants to go into some tax law, so he's going to get. So he's going to get a master's. You think he doesn't? You know, Christopher's an attorney. It's unusual. I've never seen it. He's attorney.
Throw all the chips on the table.
Labor law. In Chicago? No, no.
He's in the Boston, okay.
To get a no vote.
Worldwide, so he's a partner in the firm. He's the youngest partner in
All right. Mario?
It's after his
We'll
mom.
respect the wish of the board and go with the deferral.
So you're going with a deferral?
Correct.
Okay.
It's already been approved.
We'll go ahead and remove.
I will retract my, my
Motion to reconsider?
Actually, never seconded.
It was
I
never
never get a
seconded.
It was never second, so we're good.
He withdrew it, so.
He withdrew,
it's all
we're
done.
good. Thank you very
See you
much.
later.
Let's go ahead and take a 5-minute just to get Robert back in and,
He has clients like Lockheed Martin, you know.
Recording stopped.
So he's on there.
Should we vote about allowing Robert to come back or not?
They had him in purgatory.
Let the record show, please, that Robert Behar is back in the room. We extended it.
I don't think
This place is cleared
they've
out.
got us on yet. Now they do.
Perfect. Since we're live again, as I stated, let the record show that Robert Behar is back in the room. Next we have, what's the next item? Jennifer, let me ask you a question. Your E5 next is a long item.
Yes.
We have, yeah, that's been waiting for quite a while. What I'd like to do, Mr. Navarro, if you're in agreement, I would like to move you up.
That would be great.
Time-wise.
We appreciate it. That would be great.
And if the rest of the board is in agreement, I'd like to go ahead and move items E7 through E9 at this point. I'm okay with that. All right, let's go ahead. Mr. Attorney, if you could please read items E7 through E9 into the record.
Item E7, a resolution of the City Commission of Coral Gables, Florida, granting remote parking conditional use approval pursuant to Article 14 Process, Section 14-203, conditional uses for proposed remote parking associated with a mixed-use project referred to as 4241 Aurora on the property legally described as lots 12 through 22, Block 6, Coral Gables Industrial Section, 4241 Aurora Street, Coral Gables, Florida, including required conditions providing for repeal provisions, severability clause, and an effective date. Item E8, a resolution of the City Commission of Coral Gables, Florida, approving receipt of transfer development rights, TDRs, pursuant to Zoning Code Article 14 Process, Section 14-204.6, review and approval of use of TDRs on receiver sites for the receipt and use of TDRs for a mixed-use project referred to as 4241 Aurora on the property legally described as lots 12 through 22, Block 6, Coral Gables Industrial Section, 4241 Aurora Street, Coral Gables, Florida, including required conditions provided for a repeal of provisions, severability clause, and an effective date. E9, a resolution of the City Commission of Coral Gables, Florida, approving mixed-use site plan and conditional use review pursuant to Zoning Code Article 14 Process, Section 14-203, conditional uses for proposed mixed-use project referred to as 4241 Aurora on property legally described as lots 12 through 22, Block 6, Coral Gables Industrial Section, Coral Gables, Florida, including required conditions providing for appeal or provision, severability clause, and effective date. Items E7, E8, E9, public hearing.
Thank you.
Mr. Navarro?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Attorney, Mr. Chair, board members. For the record, my name is George Navarro with offices at 333 Southeast 2nd Avenue. I'm here this evening joined by my clients, Mr. Eduardo Otaola and Mr. Jose Boschetti, who have a long history here in Coral Gables, both as a resident and business owners and who have worked on many projects in the city. I'm also joined by our project architect, Ray Ford from Arquitectonica, and we're here to present a new mixed-use project within your Merrick Park neighborhood. This property is approximately over half-acre site that's located directly across from the Merrick Park Mall, across from Nordstrom, in the heart of the city's design and innovation district. We could put up the PowerPoint. Would that be possible? Thank you. This gives you an idea as to where the site is. It is just north of San Lorenzo. There's been many mixed-use projects that have been approved in this area and that have been developed. And this site is unique in that it is one of the last larger tracks and provides an opportunity to kind of go against the curb of what has normally happened in this area and deliver a different type of project that provides substantial public benefits in terms of reductions in density, but also providing much needed open space that we'll get into. As many of you may recall, this property was approved a few years back for a hotel. It had event space and meeting areas, restaurants, and ground floor retail. One of the reasons I wanted to bring this up is because this project was designed in the same way that many of the other projects have been developed in this particular part of the city, in this commercial area, which is where you have a building that is built and that goes from property line to property line, which really does not give you a lot of area to put open space, and that uses the arcade in order to meet your open space requirements. And that's what's allowed today under your current code. I know that one of the earlier items, there was an issue of the timing of the legislation. We have come in and we have changed the development program to a more traditional mixed-use project. We have 80 residential units. We have office space and we have ground floor retail. But one of the things that you'll see is we also have a 5,000 square foot park that we've been able to accommodate. And we've been doing that as a result of a series of workshops and community outreach that we've had on this project over the last few months. And what we've done is we've redesigned this project in order to comply with what's being proposed now as the city's public park program that only applies to this area. I think it's very important. I know the earlier item had a far-reaching legislation that they're working on. This is a code change that only applies to your commercial district in Merrick Park. And I wanted to get into that. The ordinance essentially is promoting you to build less density and to provide open space at the ground level. If you bear with me for a second. So just to give you an idea, this is your parks master plan. It's the city's community recreational master plan. And in this plan, if you can see next to number 19 down there, this is an area of the city, and I know all of you have probably gone shopping in Merrick Park or gone to dinner there. There really is no open space. There's no green space with the exception of the private areas within the mall that are designated for outdoor dining, with the closest park being over a 20-minute walk away, because this is an area that is bounded by some pretty major roadways. You have Bird Road to the north, US 1 to the south, Lejeune and Ponce as your east and west boundaries. And this parks plan that was done showed a significant need for park space in this area. And prior to embarking on this project, we had several neighborhood meetings, and the things that we heard back from the community at that time were they wanted to see primarily two things. First of all, reduce density. And second of all, for us to find ways to provide more ground level open space so people could walk their dogs, they could relax outdoors, and they could have their children play. And as Ray will show you shortly with our site plan, this is exactly what we've been able to accomplish, and we're very proud of it. Under this legislation that we've redesigned the plan under, we've been able to reduce the project density by over 50%. This project originally contemplated 180 units, and we are now proposing 80 units. So we've left 100 units on the table here. We've also been able to free up the ground level to provide 9 times the amount of ground level uncovered open space that would normally be required under this project It's going to have shade trees, as Ray will say. It's going to have world-class art, seating areas, lush landscaping. And we're very proud to say that we will be building, hopefully with your support, the first public park in Merrick Park that we will deed over to the city. And this is an example of the success that this legislation could have. So with that, I'll let Ray walk you through the site plan. And I'd like to reserve 2 minutes for comment if needed after the public comment portion. And our entire team is here, obviously, to answer any questions after the presentation. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Ray Fort with Architectonica, located at 2900 Oak Avenue, Miami, Florida. We can. Okay, so what you're seeing here on the screen right now is some context images, and we've taken them from each of the corners, but essentially what you have right now is an unimproved lot.
Sir, you're going to need to speak into the microphone. I know you're looking at that picture.
Yeah, I wanted to point at that while I was talking. I'll do my best to do both here.
Well, maybe you can move the mic a little bit.
Is there a portable mic that he can use?
Here.
Let me see if
Felix has it here. You leave it, it's all his.
Next to the steaming coffee?
He's using it to stir the coffee.
I do it for.
Is this working? Yeah.
Great.
You got it? Yeah. Because I got an extra one. It probably has fresh batteries. You might be better with that anyway.
No, maybe not.
Thank you. Excellent. Okay, so I think we have everything working. Can you hear me okay now from this end?
Yes.
Okay, great. So it's an unimproved lot. It essentially is a grass field today, surrounded by some perimeter trees. And in the area, we have a number of new developments that surround Merrick Park, including residential buildings that are actually attached to Merrick Park. There are 2 lots in this view that are actually under construction, if not by now completed and open to the public. So this is becoming a very residential district that is centered around a retail complex that essentially is becoming kind of a textbook, urban neighborhood, that you have a series of mixed uses. You've got tree-lined streets. You've got a retail center that anchors everything together, and apartments that sit over shops, and there are office buildings that are nearby, and there's a new one coming along Ponce as well, that another office building that's underway. So it's all shaping up, and it's near transit. So we have a good mixed-use neighborhood. And as George pointed out, there is a lack of green space, and the current space almost functions like a green space to the surrounding neighborhood as it currently stands. So this is actually a massing of the proposed project, and it fits very well into the context of the other buildings in the area. As you can see, it's the, oh no, let's see, it's the gray building that you see here. This is Merrick Park. This is an office building. These lots now have residential buildings that are completed, but they're of the same scale of this residential building you can see in the lower right-hand image. So what it would be currently allowed is a 120-foot tall building that you see at the top of the screen. And we're proposing to add 1 level and compress the building to accommodate a park space to the south side along San Lorenzo. San Lorenzo also, I'll point out, is the entry street to Merrick Park. So, excuse me, this is just a little bit cumbersome. So we have San Lorenzo to the south, and this is one of the streets that actually crosses through Merrick Park. And we felt that was the right location to have this gateway entrance into the park, into Merrick Park, and have that green space anchor that corner. So just for clarification, the green line that outlines the proposed code in the lower portion of the screen is the outline of the current code. So you can see the difference very clearly on what's overlaid. So one more time, this green line is just an outline of the current code image on the upper portion of the page, and the red hatch shows what that could have been under the current code. So with that said, it's about 4,922 square feet of open space to the south side. And we have an arcade that carries across along Aurora Street that terminates in the residential lobby, which is in green on the left-hand side of the image. The retail is highlighted in pink, and we have a small office lobby to the east side of the page, to the top side of the park. And we're proposing all the back of house along the alley. It should be noted that our garage is lined along the southern side, the park-facing side, so that we have a couple of levels of office there, so that from the park you have activated uses. The typical residential levels, generally low density per floor, only about 10 units of floor, and we've compressed the floor plate to what it otherwise would have been allowed at the 120-foot height mark. The rooftop is comprised of amenities. So we have some interior amenities, exterior amenities, and plenty of outdoor space for a building of this type. And this is a section of the project. 3 levels of parking that are lined by 2 levels of office, because the office floor-to-floor heights are taller. And instead of having the transition floor on level 5 be amenities, we thought it was more interesting to have them at the rooftop level where we can create something special up there. This is an elevation of the project. We're using a variety of materials, including stones and bronze materials, sconces, etc. But when it all comes together, it'll look something like this. And in this view, you can see the park that will be more closely rendered in this view. So we've tried to capture everything in one view, so it's a little bit, feels like you have a little bit of a fisheye lens here, but it gives you the idea of having the park in the foreground and the activated use of the building adjacent to it. And this is a view from across the street, and that's the presentation. Thank you. Glad to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Before we continue, we have time to 9:30. Would anybody like to make a motion?
To extend to 10 o'clock?
Second.
As Chip originally said? Chip.
Sorry, who seconded?
I did.
Mr. Javier. We have a motion, just a verbal is okay. Everybody in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anybody against? Continue, please. Thank you.
Sure. I just wanted to conclude. I know I've said we've had a series of meetings. We had actually a meeting in June of this year to show this updated plan to the residents in the area. It was very well received. I know it's difficult to get people to come out in support of a project, but we did obtain 40 petitions from business owners and residents in the Merrick Park area. They're part of your record. Devin has them as well. We'll submit them again into the clerk's office. Also, there was one item that we caught earlier. There was a Scribner's error in the percentage shown on the plans. All the square footage in the project does not change. It's all correct. It's just that I think we had 33% open space. It was being based off the lot coverage number, which is not how you do it. It's based on lot size. The square footage is actually 26%, but the size of the park doesn't change, and none of the offsite or onsite improvements change. So I just wanted to make that correction on the record. Thank you.
Thank you. Jennifer?
Jennifer Garcia, City Planner. The PowerPoint, please. And just to clarify, this project, as similar to the project before, is relying on changes to both the comp plan and the zoning code to allow the extra height in exchange for open space. Location, as you know, is on Altada and mostly on Aurora, and South Street is San Lorenzo. You can see here in the aerial, it's all vacant right now. It's kind of the only vacant lot that's in the area. The current land use is industrial, and the zoning is also mixed use too. This is the existing conditions. So as you can see, it's a vacant lot right next to Shasta Merrick Park. So there's 3 requests. The remote parking, the TDR receiving site, as well as the mixed-use site plan. So the first request is the remote parking. So they're requesting to remote park 42 remote park spaces within the Chateaumerc Park garage. A similar request was, I think, a few months ago by this board. These are spaces that are going to be directly leased from the mall themselves, but as an excess of what they're required to have for their parking. The second request is the TDRs. So they're requesting to receive 25,812 square feet of TDRs. Again, TDRs are those additional, remaining development rights that are part of a historic building. A historic building usually is built much smaller than what is allowed now by a zoning code. So the leftover square footage is then transferred to a receiving site. That's what they're applying for here. And the last request is the mixed-use site plan. Because they're over the threshold of 20,000 square feet, they're required to do a mixed-use site plan, which is a conditional use. So here you can see the vehicular entrance off of Altara, as well as residential lobby. They're proposing new crosswalks on the intersection of Aurora and Altara. There's ground floor retail occupying most of the ground floor. The loaning is accessed from the rear, from the alley, and the park, as you know, is on the south side or the right side of this image. So as was mentioned, there was a scrivener's error in both the staff report and obviously the applicant submittal. So what's highlighted now is a 26% open space. Before it said, I think, 32%. So that's the only change as far as the site plan goes from what you had received and what was published on the agenda last Friday and what is being proposed today. That makes no changes to the site plan, it's just the numbers. So the density, they're proposing 80 units. The FAR is 4.375 because it's including those TDRs that they're receiving from historic buildings. And the building height as proposed is 127.5 feet. And again, that is based off of the comp plan changes and the zoning code changes to allow that additional height in exchange for the open space. So they went to DRC back in September of last year. They went to Board of Architects a few times. Eventually it was approved through the, I think, special master. Neighborhood meeting was in June of this year. And here we are for compliance in September. So letters were sent to the property owners within 1,000 feet as required by code or 500 feet outside the city limits. That was sent out twice. The property was posted 3 times, website posting 3 times as well, and newspaper advertisement once as required. So the staff has determined it's consistent with the comp plan based on what's being proposed and what's in the works and being transmitted to the state as far as the changes to the comp plan to allow the height. And this complies with those regulations that are proposed in the zoning code, not yet adopted. They're similar to before, they're proceeding at their own risk, assuming that will be adopted. The condition of approval, the park was to be open to the public from dawn to dusk. Construction staging to be off of San Lorenzo and Altara so that the sidewalks remain open. Underground, the utility lines along the alleyway. The landscape requirements are beyond what would be required by the zoning code. And streetscape improvements on both sides of San Lorenzo, Aurora, and Altara. And that's it.
Thank you. Jill?
Yes.
Do we have any speakers here
Yes, there's one person.
in chambers?
No, on Zoom.
So in
Oh, sorry,
chambers,
2. On chambers, no one signed up.
nobody from in
Not for
chambers?
this project,
Okay, how about Zoom?
We have 2 people.
Can you call the first one, please?
Sure.
Thank you.
Mr. Cordobes, can you please open your mic?
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Albert Cordovez.
Do please raise your right hand to be sworn in?
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please proceed if you could start with your name and address, please.
Thank you. Good evening, Albert Cordovez, 4210 Laguna Street, Coral Gables, Florida, 33146. I'm here because I really believe I'm a neighbor in the property, essentially 2 blocks away. So we have our office. And I truly believe this is an incredibly well-conceived project, primarily when it comes to the urbanistic challenges of the entire area. I think that having the initiative to expand the open area, anchor it with a park in the corner, it's a very, very, very prime corner. I think it's just does wonders for the entire community, for the project itself. And I think the whole initiative of introducing a lot more green space, anchoring with parks, and just for somewhat a little bit more height, I think is just something that most of the projects should take the initiative. Is essentially taking the pedestrian realm to another level. And as a neighbor, as someone who really appreciates the open spaces and the good design, I really welcome this project.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker, please.
Shasha, who? Can you please open your mic?
Hi, good evening. Thank you for letting me speak tonight to support this proposal.
Thank you. If you could please raise your right hand to be sworn in.
Hi, my name is Shasta Hu. I live on 4205 Anderson Road. So I have been living in
1 second, please.
Okay.
Can you continue raising your right hand? We have a microphone now.
Do you swear the testimony you're about to give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I swear.
Thank you. If you could just start with your name and address, please.
Shasta Hu, 4205 Anderson Road.
Thank you.
So good evening, everyone. I have been living in Coral Gables for the past 15 years. And my mother also lives at One Village Place at 4100 South Edo Street. So this proposal is very important to us. I just want to voice my support for the proposed development, given that the developer's willingness to provide a very nice public open space with the compromise of less density in exchange for a small height increase. I do really like the design because aesthetically, I think it really adds to the value of the whole Coral Gables and Village Mayor Park area. And even looking at the proposed height, it's just like a very slight height increase, but that allows the addition of a green space that is currently lacking in this area. So I really think that the city should approve the project, considering that the proposed project will add a value add green space with less density, and it's very aesthetically pleasing, and it really will add to the value of the whole neighborhood. Thank you for letting me voice my concern and support.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other speakers on Zoom?
No.
Do we have any other speakers on the telephone platform?
No.
At this time, I'd like to go ahead and close it for public comment. Let's start with the board. Robert?
Thank you. Be waiting all night for it. Thank you. I want to commend the developer and the architect for doing a very nice job. I know this area very well. I practically walk here every day. My office is just on the other side of Merrick Park on Ponce de Leon. And just today, we came to lunch in Merrick Park, so I really know the area, and I think this is it's a very good solution that is being proposed because we do lack green space in this area, and I think that this is a very welcome addition to it. I got a couple questions. I know you, and this is going to either staff or the applicant, the attorney. You did have community reach out meetings with a neighbor.
Yes, we had, I believe we had 3 organized meetings, and we've also had, as a result of those meetings, we've obtained a lot of contact information, and we've been back and forth also.
And there was a support to have the green space in lieu of, the height.
Correct. Yeah, there was a lot of support. I think even though this is a private property, people see it almost as a public area, and they understand that it is going to be developed. And I think not only does the open space provide an amenity, but also one of the issues that neighborhood's been talking about is that because properties get built property line to property line, in this area specifically, when you go to do construction, you have very limited staging areas. So one of the other things that actually came as a result of these discussions with the residents is that we could actually use this open space for staging during construction, which will also serve as another additional benefit.
Okay, perfect, thank you. This is a question for the architect, and maybe we could get him to answer. Do you have a calculation of the area that otherwise you would have the right to build out? You know, you got in the 120 feet, you have, I guess it's 50 by 100, so it's 5,000 times 10 stories or 11 story. So 55,000 of potential FAR that you're not utilizing. You're putting that extra floor, which is, how big is that floor? Your floor plate is you got 10 units of approximately, and I would say an average of like 1,500 square feet.
About 13,385
So the
square feet per
trade-off
floor.
is about 55,000 square feet of FAR versus 13,000 square feet.
That's
right?
approximately correct, yeah.
Close enough.
I would say plus or minus, yeah.
Because, yeah, one extra floor is about 14,000 compared to the 55,000 that you otherwise would have done under the current code.
That's correct.
And everything else, the open space, you're exceeding, you're going from 100, what is allowed, 120 to 137.
Correct. So currently, the current code allows for 120 feet in height with an additional 25 for architectural.
Right.
We're going to the top of the residential's 137.5. So it's an additional.
17 and a half feet.
It's actually 13.5 feet. Oh, 17.5 feet, sorry.
I know I was not very good at arithmetic, but.
Better than me, obviously.
Okay. And the density, you say you would have been allowed to do close to 180 units?
Correct, yeah. So in the plan that we originally had designed, we had 180 units within the building. Obviously, more leaning towards 1 and 2 bedrooms. We've come in and try to do a more higher end product. We have more 2 and 3 bedrooms now. We've been able to reduce that density down to 80, and we also added an office component, which helps to shift some of potential traffic. We're not only dropping units, but we're also adding a use that allows for some shared parking and alleviates traffic.
All right. That's it for now, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. Javier?
I like the project. My question is really for staff. You said that this has some similarity to the other project. I don't see the similarity.
Similarity in that they're requesting the extra height when it's not allowed currently. It hasn't been adopted yet.
I know, but we don't have a comp plan amendment, or we're not changing underlying zoning.
No, they're not rezoning or anything, but it does require a comp plan change. It's been transmitted to the state, actually, after the first reading from the commission. So once the state receives it and they review it, they send it back to us, then we adopt it, assuming that the commission votes in favor of it. So when I say it's similar as in...
And that they're taking a certain amount of risk,
go
right? But
to
not
city
to the
commission
same
next
level
week.
that the other ones were.
I'm sorry?
Not to the same level the other ones were.
It's similar.
It's similar, but not to the same level.
Right. No, it's not a new district. It doesn't exist.
This is a
right.
procedural issue because we have to update the comp plan every
same
year, whether
procedural
we like
issue.
it or not.
Yes.
So this is just to bring that into line and report it to the state.
Right.
And that report has to be approved by the commission.
Yes, it's already been transmitted to the state. The state requires that any large-scale amendment to the text of the comp plan goes to the state in between first reading and second reading. So we had a transmittal meeting, which is first reading for the commission. They voted 3-2. Now it's been transmitted to the state, I think, a couple of weeks ago. We're expecting it back in the next month or two. And at that point, then we can go for the commission for adoption.
For adoption. And that's really all we're waiting for is the adoption once the the state rarely has a comment, does it?
No.
No, I didn't think so. I know I've done them for other cities way back in another lifetime. So that's really the only issue here that is in flux. It's a lot less. It's a lot
Yes.
simpler. And it's going to happen almost automatically anyway. So really the question we have before us is the idea of giving up some ground, deeding it over to the city completely and in perpetuity.
Yes,
In
correct.
exchange for 17 feet of extra height.
0.5.
0.5. 17.5. Okay, I get it. Thank you. That's it. I'm done.
Thank you. Mr. Pardo?
I missed that.
I have a few
What?
questions. Goes back to,
If you could speak, I think we're not getting you into the speaker, please.
can you hear me now?
Loud and clear.
Yes, sir.
So, first of all, what is the cost of a TDR square foot?
So in this situation, we are still confirming the price. What we've done is we have committed to purchase these TDRs from the city. I'm sure you heard the last budget hearing. There are substantial improvements that need to be and repairs that need to be made to this building that we're in today, to the water tower. I think they're $35 last time I did a TDR transaction.
$35 a square foot.
Yeah, I mean, on the private side, I don't know what the final price that we'll be purchasing them at.
Are they normally that price throughout the city for all the historic properties? et cetera?
So on the private side, the way that it works is depends on what they want to sell it for and how much you could get of it. So you mean they vary in different prices. The way that TDR works, which I don't need to explain to the board, but you're allowed to develop a certain amount of square footage here. You have a historic structure. Rather than building it there, because these structures are normally more in residential areas, you are allowed to develop them in the commercial portions of the city. Whatever you buy them is an arm's length transaction.
And,
So I don't know what the.
Yeah, I'm not pursuing this because you did anything
No,
wrong.
I'm just saying it's hard to
pursuing-
gauge what the price is because
I'm
each
pursuing
person will
it
sell.
Specifically because of our historic resources that we have in the city that need a lot of TLC, and therefore, I heard the budget director say, well, we're anticipating a lot less of these high rises, which need the TDRs transferred so we can then turn around and put them into the restoration of our historic properties.
Yeah, and I understand also there were some projects that didn't move forward, so there was also a deficit on TDRs they were planning on
Correct.
selling, but we hope to step into that
Correct.
gap.
But
and be
thank
able
you
to,
so much for sharing that. The second question is, I know the parking director is here, so I know that the 2016 study of the parking that is available, right? In the project that was designed by our esteemed architect at the end there. He is, Julio, that's you. So you designed
I'm
the
Eric Clark.
beautiful shopping center, which has
Part of the design team, I did not.
part of the design team. But the thing is that in that open area and all that, there was extra parking. And in 2016, there was a study that there were 1,000 parking spaces that were additional. And then Plummer and Associates stated that the study was still reliable, and that was a letter that was in your package on dated September 12th. So that being said, can we have on the record what the cost of one of those spaces is? Maybe our parking director could tell us?
There's actually multiple ways in.
If you could state your name and the department.
Kevin Kinney, I'm the parking director for the city of Coral Gables. In the district, which is now the Innovation and Technology District. There's a couple of different ways to get into the Village of Merrick Park parking. One is to do a deal directly with Village of Merrick Park and their extra spaces. That was the purpose of the Tim Plummer study. And I would confirm that there have been at least 2 counts since that date that still show there is excess parking available. I did toy with the idea of requiring a new count because it's now 2023, but the numbers at this point in history would be better than anything that happened.
Hypothetically, since
Yeah.
that's the key word of the day. Hypothetically, let's say you have enough parking spaces. It was confirmed by Plummer that has a very good reputation. And let's say that you do have these spaces. The question I asked, though, had to do with how much money?
Well, I took a long ways to get there, but there's 2 ways. One is a deal directly with Village Merrick Park where it's a monthly fee. And right now they're charging approximately the same thing the city is, which is $110 a month. Now, there's another way in that the city has some control, really isn't the right word, but some discretion over how 400 spaces are used. And if an applicant wants to access those spaces, they're required to pay $10,000 per space to the city. But that's not the case with this development.
Okay. So they lease them, but the city doesn't make any money. They don't lose any money on these spaces.
If there's a direct contract with Village of Merrick Park, in theory, we do through the revenue sharing of the lease under the underlying lease.
That's what I remembered many years ago when it was developed.
You know, it's not a big number, but we would make some money through the underlying lease.
Yeah, I would ask, not for this project, and like I said, it's not the fault of this project, but I would like the planning staff to work with the planning director to actually bring this up as a subject for the planning board to look at. I think it's very important because we're voting on a project that is using remote parking as a concept, and we should understand what the positives and the negatives are. And I would, and I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, that I may be overstepping my bounds, but I think it's important because it's all part of what's being negotiated and discussed and weighed on both sides. So, thank you very much. So, the Parks Incentive Zoning Code right now has been shown to the commission, and they voted the first time, correct?
Correct.
So you're waiting for the second one?
Correct. We hope to be able that ordinance goes on the October 10th agenda. And then after that ordinance is adopted, that we could go move forward or be on the same agenda. I think one of the things that I think is really helpful, and it was helpful for the community, was to see what this legislation, when it's actually put into practice, does, because it's hard to tell on words on a paper, but when you see kind of the exhibit that Ray had put together, what's allowed by right today under the current code and what could be achieved under the proposed regulations, I think a lot of people just looking at that picture were like, oh yeah, that makes total sense. We would love to be able to, for a small increase in height, and you're dropping the density by 50% to be able to get a beautiful park. So I think having those run together helps because you're able to show the community, look, this is the concept, but this is how it's applied in real life, and this is what you could achieve. So we hope to go right,
And I understand, and that's not your fault either, that when we looked at that area that nobody took green space into account, they figured that the 10-foot setbacks were more than enough. Now it's built, and the people that live there, they have no place to walk their dogs or anything else.
It's true.
I get that.
Yep.
So the next question is for staff on the comprehensive plan change that has gone to the state. So can staff explain to this board what has gone to the state? Is it only this area, the innovation area?
Yes.
Or is it other sections of the city that have gone to the state?
No, just what was proposed to you, I think, a couple of months ago.
Okay. All right, because.
That applies
because-
just for this area.
This is what used to be the overlay district for this area.
Correct.
Yes.
So that's what we're modifying.
Yeah, so, yeah.
So-
So it used to be called, the industrial district, and now it's called the design innovation district.
So there,
But the underlying zoning has always remained. It's never been removed. You're just operating with the overlay
Yes.
district.
So the reason this is not a minor comp plan change is because of the
Oscar.
size of the area.
No, it's because you're changing the comp plan text. Whenever you change the text in the comp plan, it requires to be reviewed by the state.
Right, but it's not considered a minor.
It's
A
not
minor
considered a
change.
small scale amendment, no.
Right, okay, all right. So this has to also be approved for this project to go forward.
Yes.
Okay, so I think from my personal opinion, of all the places that you would do a project like this, this would be the right place because it's compatible with the other buildings and the other areas in this area. Now, that being said, Mr. Navarro, did you have any negative responses from the neighbors, especially the ones that live in the duplexes or the single-family homes on the perimeter of Bird Road?
No, we actually, most of the residents that came, and we send mail notice to everybody within the radius. It feels almost like that community, since it's like isolated by those roads. Most of the people that actually came, and there were some, but most of them were from actually inside of Merrick Park. We didn't, I mean, there's nobody here this evening, which is a good sign. But, I mean, we had some questions and comments about what we were doing, but we didn't get any negative feedback.
Because it's compatible where they live.
Yeah, correct. I mean, the majority of those buildings are already developed at 120 feet, and they're, at 137, it's.
The only thing I would ask you and your client is please, please, please design the outside lighting of the project where it doesn't look like something out of Las Vegas. I find it so offensive that some of the buildings, including new buildings that have been designed in the city of Miami proper, we could see it clear across halfway into the residential areas of Coral Gables. That would be the only condition that I would pose on this project.
We'll make sure to do that. We want to make sure our lighting is also compatible with the ambiance we're
Right.
creating in the
One
park.
thing is to
so-
uplight it and all that. The other thing is it shouldn't look like a billboard.
Yeah, not the neon trims that we've seen in some projects.
Thank you.
Thank you, Felix. Chip?
I just have two questions. Art in public places. I read something, I didn't understand the verbiage in the letter about a waiver of something and the art in public places. Can you explain that?
That's a great question. So your code allows for two mechanisms. One is to just pay a building permit. The other one is called a waiver, which is a very strange term because you're not waiving it. You're just allowing for you to go and procure the art and put it on site.
I got it. Okay, so that's my next question. World-class art. What do we expect?
So-
Maybe a gator or something like that?
So,
we don't want that.
So this project is unique because there's another project directly, let me get my coordinates, to the east, thank you, east of Ponce. It's an office building that was approved, and that site had a public art contribution that was required. And at the time, we were looking at this site, and we were going to combine those two monies from those two projects together, same developer. So we were going to have, rather than getting two, let's say not so world-class art pieces, we would get a very good art piece. And now it just so happens that we have a beautiful park to put it in. So our idea is to obviously have our team work with someone who specializes in that to really select something that is exquisite so that we could display it at this, and that will probably happen after, hopefully, this project's approved. We go through the waiver process, which essentially requires review and approval by your arts board and your cultural advisory board, and ultimately by the city commission.
Second question. I didn't see a fence around the park or anything. No, okay.
Yeah, we want to have just, free walk through more, but this is really an urban area rather than an area kind of,
I got it.
Yeah, so.
Thank you.
I know you brought that up on the last one. This one has no fence. You could walk.
Guess you know how I
straight
feel then, huh?
Thank you, Chip. Sue?
Hi, I'm going to start small.
Okay.
Can we look at the park again?
Sure, 100%. You can figure this.
Mr. Chairman, given the time, you might want to extend.
Yes, thank you. Is there a motion to extend, and if so,
I make a motion to extend to
11 o'clock?
10:30.
10,
10:15?
10:20?
10:30. If we finish early, good for
Okay,
us. All right.
10:30.
10:30, we have a motion. Is there a second? Do we have a second? Everybody in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Everybody against? No? Continue, please. Sorry about that.
If we could get the PowerPoint presentation back up, if that's possible.
Thank you for reminding me, Mr. City Attorney.
He wants to go home.
He wants.
Sure, John.
Did you want to see
The park.
the site plan or the rendering?
The rendering, please. Okay, there we go. I don't know about you, but that doesn't look like a park. That looks like a walkway with a couple of trees.
So one of the things is that our rendering is still not updated because there were some changes made by the city commission, and they've put a minimum requirement of green area that has to be provided within the park. We just haven't updated the rendering yet. But
Okay.
I think staff or I should be able to confirm what the percentage of the green area is, but there's been some requirements as to make it a little more green.
Yeah, because that would not be a park in my definition of a park. Okay. Is that rendering, the update, available anywhere that we can take a look at it?
We don't, but we do understand that I think what is making this feel more maybe plaza-like instead of park-like is that you have planters that are surrounded by essentially curbs, and the idea in the next iteration, in the updated iteration, would be to remove curbs, add more essentially green space, and limit the pathways to its perimeter, and not necessarily have them cutting through.
Okay, so that sounds like this would just be the opposite proportion of what we're seeing here. Where we're seeing the concrete, that would be green. Where we're seeing the green, that would be maybe a walkway area, right?
Approximately, yes, that's correct.
Through the chair, I think that the site plan describes more of the actual intent of the
Green space.
green space. If you go to
Right, well, that's why I was
your
very
sheet
confused.
A016,
Because that looks green. That looks gray,
Yes.
okay? So we have assurances that that's going to be an actual, like, park with,
Sue, I may, that could be a condition. If it goes that way, it could be a condition.
okay? Okay, all right. Next question, the remote parking. Is that part of our remote parking ordinance? I know when we had the Miracle Mile discussion, there was a remote parking ordinance. Does that ordinance apply to this?
The short answer is yes, and that whole ordinance process went through P&Z a year and a half ago, 2 years ago? 2 years ago. 2 years ago.
Okay, I appreciate that. So it falls under
Yeah,
the
correct,
remote
yeah.
parking
It's
ordinance.
one of the allowable
I was so
districts.
involved in the Miracle Mile thing that I didn't think it went beyond, but thank you for clarifying that. And of course, you know I'm going to mention this, right? I want to mention this like I did with the other project. It's the cart before the horse, right? We have a process. We have a huge change in our zoning code, the comp plan, right? We have a huge change. I mean, it was admitted here, I think Felix asked the question, is this a big deal? And it's a big deal, okay? And we're not there yet, right? We're not there yet. We don't have an answer yet. I know it went through first reading, it's going to the state, but, you know, it's not necessary that you're going to get three-person vote on.
Yeah, and like I said, one of the things that was helpful at the last meeting was having this plan travel with that ordinance, because most people that don't have the experience that this board has, that looks at projects, can't understand what the formula between open space and height is and how that really looks like when you have two projects. But having a project that, I mean, we've been able to get petitions and support because people see it, and when you look at a picture like this, you're like, oh, yes, wait a minute, this looks 100 times better than what is currently being built today. And if this ordinance is not adopted, we would be coming back to you with, which is a more traditional building that, goes lot line to lot line. But I think, in this case, it's unique. It's only this area, and you have a project that has kind of redesigned itself in order to illustrate what that ordinance does. It's almost.
And I agree with you, Felix, that, it is a big deal changing the comp plan the way this is going to be changed for the entire area, not just project specific, right?
Yeah, this is only the Merrick Park area.
Right, for the Merrick Park area, but it's more than your project.
Correct.
It seems it's a little different in that it has gone through first reading already. So that's just my thought. I'm usually against the cart before the horse.
I know.
Okay? That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Julio?
I think it's a good project. I think it works well on that site, and the park is going to be used by the community. I have a question on the remote parking. How does that work? I mean,
So this site, the previous site, when the hotel was approved, it was 100% remote parked. And they had an agreement with the mall that runs with this land for us to remote park. In this particular case, I'll tell you exactly how it works. So we are providing 136 spaces on site, with 46 of those spaces off site. We have a total of only 80 units with 136 spaces on site. So based on our parking study, we could accommodate during the residential hours all the parking on site. And while, office are usually weekday uses, we should be able to accommodate all of the office users on site. And if there's additional parking that's needed, those would be leased within the mall.
Okay.
And they would operate either through a valet service or the employees of the office building will get passes so they could park in the
so the residents have the parking in the building?
Yes, that's our idea. And then during the non-peak hours, they could be used by office as well.
And is there I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm right.
You're done? Is there a separation in floors between what is commercial and residential for the parking?
Yeah, I think Ray could walk you through it. What we did is we didn't want the area next to the park to just be garage, so we created a liner that.
But he's saying for the parking itself.
No, for the parking, in other words, for the parking itself, does the commercial have the first floor and then?
I don't think we've gotten that far into the details yet, but.
Yeah, it would probably be something along those lines where we, at a certain point, will have a gate within the garage that limits
and then the
fob
next person.
access to upper levels.
Right. I mean,
we do intend for it to be a condo building, so more likely than not, it's going to have some secured parking for the.
And especially if you're doing 80 units and a higher end units and a larger units, you're going to have to comply with the amount of parking that you need per bedroom and square footage and so forth.
Yeah, and we intend for this to be a very high-end product, which is kind of like if you saw the amenity deck on top, that's like, we've really tried to tailor that towards a high-end product. So we are going to, you're probably right, that we are going to want to have some security for residential through an internal gate somewhere at some floor.
Correct. I think most of my sentiments have been echoed by my fellow board members that are here. I like the project. I think it fits well in the area that it's going into. Felix, you had a comment that you wanted to make?
Yes, and I wanted to address Sue's concern, which is a very good one, about the cart before the horse. I think this really is very different to the previous application. The reason it's different is because staff has now gone before the state to be able to change the entire area there. Going back to Julio's comment about the parking, we had a previous application come in, and it was almost like a hotel. In other words, they had a valet, the valet would pick up the car. Most of the people that will live in the building will be inside this particular building. So as far as the comp plan change, it's being really put in holistically to be able to provide green space that was missed the first time when this area was. And it's not being done where I brought up to our very competent attorney about the possibility of spot zoning. In this case, It's not spot zoning, it's the entire district. And I find that it's more of a correction to an issue. Keep in mind that there are very few parcels left in this area. And this is just something that now is compatible and enhancing the pedestrian space. And I think that the architects did a very good job in layering the bottom portion to be able to bring the scale down, a more human scale in that area where we have very, very tight grid, very tight grid. So I don't feel, me personally, I don't feel that we've got the cart before the horse. At the end of the day, our recommendation would be to, for the project and for the district. And I think that it's the right thing to do.
So,
With that said, I make a motion.
actually, I'd like to ask if Felix would like to make a motion.
And before he makes a motion, I would like the motion to include what Robert
I
said.
want to make a motion to approve with.
Okay,
just-
wait. All right, we have 3 items.
Correct.
Oh, okay.
Okay,
Have to be
so,
different versions?
so I want to make sure that the condition that you want goes with the right
Correct
item. So the first item is the conditional use for the mixed-use project. That would be item E7. I think that actually would be, we would put it on that. So we can, if you want to move,
Yes, sir.
you want to move E7 with the condition that,
I move E7 with the condition that the applicant works with staff on the final design of the park. Okay?
Wait, and the lighting of the,
oh, and also the,
And I'll take a friendly amendment.
Not to be Vegas style? was
not
it?
to-
well, that's a little hard. Well,
I say, to work with the design of the lighting, not to protrude into the adjacent neighbor's property. Is that acceptable?
I think it works.
I think that,
Okay.
Felix, would you like to second?
I'll second.
We have a second. Any discussion? No? Call the roll, please.
Chip Withers,
Yes.
Robert Behar,
Yes.
Julio Gabriel,
Yes.
Sue Kowalski,
Yes.
Felix Pardo,
Yes.
Javier Salman,
Yes.
Avi Eisenstadt.
Yes.
Made it dramatic.
The next is E8
Motion to approve,
with staff's recommendations.
staff recommendation.
We have a motion to approve with staff's recommendation by Robert. Is there a second?
I second.
Julio seconds. Any discussion? No? Call the roll, please.
Robert Behar,
Yes.
Julio Gabriel,
Yes.
Sue Kowalski,
Yes.
Felix Pardo,
Yes.
Javier Salman,
Yes.
Chip Withers,
Yes.
Avi Eisenstadt.
Yes.
regarding E9, I have a correction. I think that looking at these conditions now, it really goes to the site plan. So if we're going to move E9, like the same conditions be on E9 as well. If who's ever moving it, are you, Mr. Behar?
Yes, sir.
You're going to make the motion
I'll
with
make a
your,
motion
with
the
your
same
conditions?
As
Okay,
I made for E7.
very good.
We have a motion.
I'll second it.
We have second. Any discussion? No? Call the roll, please.
Julio Gabriel,
Yes.
Sue Kowalski,
Yes.
Felix Pardo,
Yes.
Javier Salman,
Yes.
Chip Withers,
Yes.
Robert Behar,
Yes.
Avi Eisenstadt.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, wait a minute.
Wait,
I-
this item, not
back
a,
to-
you told me 5,000 square feet, but you only have 4,922. What happened to the 78 square feet?
There's a small
Can-
overhang that
Yes.
actually.
Can we go back to item, I think the one we skipped over, E5? Have we had a formal motion to defer that to the next
But I will make a
meeting?
I'll make a motion to defer
Second.
E5 into the second.
Second.
Let's have Sue second that.
Okay, and that would be to the next meeting, which is, I don't know if we're re-advertising that, but what's the date for that meeting?
October 11th.
October 11th. So that would be.
We have a motion, we have a second to defer. I think we could just do a voice. Everybody in favor?
Aye.
Anybody against? No?
Was that in,
With that said, I'd like to.
I'll make a
go-
motion to adjourn.
That would be.
Javier seconds. Thank you very much.
Just wanted to thank the board for staying late and extending it so we could present. I know we
You're
had
going
a
to buy
few
us dinner
meetings.
now.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
We don't want to go there. We don't want to get started with buying things for people.